Starting out with something a little different today. I might do some TAC views later. I want to get some DCS in first. Probably do like DCS, TAC view, then more DCS, I'm not sure yet. I'll work something out. I'm thinking this will probably end up being a fairly long stream, so we might get some Cold War in as well when the server starts to fill up. It really depends. So, I've had this installed for a while. I have streamed it before, briefly, but this is the community-made A4 Skyhawk, the A4E. And I've mentioned a couple times on stream because people have asked me, you know, is this likely to be added to the Cold War server? And I've said probably not. And I have spoken about the reasons before, but I think we're going to demonstrate some of those right about now. So, to kind of go over the background a bit, the A4 is well known for being very agile. It was nicknamed the Scooter for a reason. You know, the Americans have used it extensively in aggressor training. Both the Argentinians and the Kiwis heavily upgraded it to operate as a fighter because it was cheaper than buying, say, F-16s. It's a very capable aircraft. It's only a subsonic aircraft, but this is an airframe from like the mid-50s, early to mid-50s. It's capable of some pretty impressive stuff, but because it is a community-made mod, it's not quite 100% of the way there in certain aspects that the full fidelity modules are, or even the SC3 modules. It's a very nice module, like, do not get me wrong, this is an incredible achievement. It's a very nice mod and it's a lot of fun to fly, but there's certain aspects in which this, if you put it on a multiplayer PvP server, it would break things, and you're probably going to see why pretty shortly. I've done a little bit of just mucking around with some light edit groundwork with this on stream a long time ago, and just tooling around flying under bridges and stuff. But I don't think I've ever demonstrated its air-to-air capability, especially with just guns before. So I do have an old mission I set up months and months ago in this against the MiG-19. I've also made versions against the MiG-21 and the MiG-23. Now, of course, the AI aren't representative of how a player flies, but in certain ways the AI are actually better. You know, they retain energy better, they can do things that a player wouldn't be able to do without losing control of the aircraft. So, this could be interesting. Now, of course, the Skyhawk is very old. Its guns are a pair of M39s, one in each wing root. We just have an old school, basically a World War II gun sight. Air-to-ground radar, I don't know if it has any air-to-air functionality whatsoever. Like, the Viggen has a specific mode where it can kind of sort of pick up aircraft. This, I don't think it can. Like I said though, this is a fantastic mod. Like, look at this cockpit. This is beautiful. Very well made. And this is clickable. Not everything is clickable, so it's kind of like IL-2 Cliffs of Dover, where it's not quite full fidelity, but it's pretty close. So same deal here. You know, I can click stuff, but I can, you know, there's stuff that I can't click. Like a lot of these switches on this side panel here are inoperable, like all of this panel, basically. These ones I can click, but all of this stuff I can't. A lot of this stuff back here I can't. A lot of this stuff I can't. I think this is mostly... what is this stuff? Like self-tests and stuff? IFF. So the IFF panel, nothing's clickable, it's always on by the looks of it. Certain things like anti-icing, whatever, you can't click them. I don't know if they plan to add that in the future. I think one of the main developers for this actually passed away, unfortunately. So I don't know how much more development work's going into it. Or if it's just going to be, you know, this is kind of its final form. But either way, let's take it out for a spin against an AI MiG-19. Make sure our guns are armed. That is not the gun switch. I should probably pay attention to what I'm doing. That is the gun switch. We have a MiG-19 out in front of us somewhere off the nose. Get some lighting on in here. Don't actually... Oh, there we go. He's right on my nose. I just see him out there. I did clean my monitor today, so hopefully we'll have less false alarms with dust specks and stuff. This thing turns like crazy. It also seems, and this is something I have mentioned before, it seems very nearly immune to stalls. Earlier, just for shits and giggles, I dove directly at the ground until I hit about 400, 500 knots, and then pulled the stick into my lap. I made like a 10.5 G pull, and the aircraft was fine, didn't care. And that is a dead MiG-19. See how quickly that was over? Like, this thing just turns so well. Oh, he's still flying. Maybe we need to go finish him off. Like I said, the Americans did use these things, and I believe still do. I think Draken International uses the ex-Kiwi ones for aggressor training. They're a very agile aircraft, that's why they were used as aggressors. They're small, fast, tight-turning targets, so they'd paint these with like a faux sort of MiG-15 paint scheme, and use them to train Vietnam-era Phantom pilots and Crusader pilots. But, I don't know, it just seems like it might be a little much for DCS PvP to me. And if you guys want to see the roll rate of this thing, which I think is actually realistic, this thing's supposed to have like a 720 degree a second roll rate in real life. The Blue Angels use them as well, but watch this. Dizzy yet? But also notice how there's no effect on the pilot for that. If you rolled at that speed in the MiG-21, which the MiG-21 is capable of doing, you would black out after about 2 rolls. So, for me it feels like the G onset for the pilot is not there. It feels like the stall onset's kind of a bit wonky. I don't know. It's interesting. It's a really fun plane to fly. It's a beautifully made mod, but I think its domain is kind of places like Hogget Cold War, where it's PvE, because if you put this into Alpen's server, it would be impossible to kill. Even the L-39 would struggle to dogfight with this thing, I think. I believe they have a biggish update coming soon for the A4. Ooh, I'll have to keep an eye out for that. That would be very nice. Remember, a lot of the things listed were art asset updates for internal, external stuff. Makes sense. And some new skins, I think. That'd be nice. It did come with quite a good skin library, actually. So the one I'm rolling with now is the Royal Australian Navy one. But they had a really good library of skins for it when it came out. But it's a really nice module. It's well animated too, like pop out the speed brakes, put them back in, then we got, you know, the flaps. And I love the way the flaps work in this aircraft. So if I go back into the cockpit here, the flaps actually only move when you move the flaps lever, so it uses center position as a neutral, the way that I would prefer all the flaps to work. So you got these nice incremental flaps there. Speed brakes look like an afterthought. Well, that's true to the original design. Remember, this was a 1954, I believe, airframe. These things are old jets. You know, this was like a 1st or 2nd generation ground attack jet, so... And a very unique layout too, the high-tailed, well, relatively high T-tailed Delta. Interesting layout. And then we've got slats that actually deploy correctly. Like, it's really well made. It just feels like it's, you know, the kind of thing that would break PvP servers. See, it does stall. It does stall. It just doesn't really do it in the way that you'd think. Like, it has to be going super slow to do it, and it's so easy to recover from. It's even easier than in the MiG-21. This thing just seems a bit good at everything. It also seems, I don't know if you see that, maybe it's just because because of the speed I'm at, but it seems to almost kind of jitter about in the roll. Like, there's a bit of a wobble to it, which is interesting. One of the issues I specifically have with this aircraft, as somebody who quite often has to belly land after taking quite a bit of damage, is that the damage model isn't quite there. So that's kind of normal for a mod aircraft. A lot of the mod aircraft don't have a proper damage model. Certain ED modules F-16. Didn't have one at all when it came out. But one thing I will note is... Does it have a canopy jettison? I think it does. Somewhere. There we go. Not operable. So it does have the lever, but you can't click it, sadly. If you try and belly land this, you can come in with the gentlest approach, but if you try and belly land this, the second it kisses the ground, kaboom. Whereas, you know, normally you would expect it to damage the aircraft, but you wouldn't blow up. I think that's just because of the way the damage model works for a lot of mods. So I'll try and demo it here. We'll get nice and slow. Make sure we aren't actually stalled out and dropping. So nice, gentle descent, very gentle, kaboom. See what I mean? So that should have not done that. The aircraft should have just happily coasted along to a stop. Anyway, we've defeated the MiG-19, but you guys have seen the trouble I have in the MiG-19. So let's try the MiG-21. We know how maneuverable that thing is. Surely the 21 will be able to defeat the Skyhawk. Let's find out. I have not flown against a MiG-21 with this yet. I've mostly done the 19. What I might have to do as well is see if I can set up some sort of air-to-ground mission for this thing. Oops, forgot my flaps lever was still down. So you guys can see me actually using it in the role it was intended to be used for, and also because I do so little air-to-ground anyway, it wouldn't hurt to get some on the stream. There's our 21, right off the nose. Has the F-15 stall characteristics? It actually does. It feels like it does. It does lose roll authority at a certain point, but then you've still got enough rudder effect that you can kick out of it, same as the F-15. Which, to be fair, it's true of a lot of aircraft. The MiG-19's the same, a lot of Warbirds are the same, but like, it just doesn't, to me, feel like it really stalls, ever. You know, it feels like it kind of gets close to one, but it never quite tips over the edge to the point where you don't have control anymore. Now, obviously, the 21's a hell of a lot faster than us. He's got a much better power plant, but oh, look at that. He's flaring, which means we're already behind him. Pick up speed here in the dive, come off the power a little, pop the brake. That was my fault, I rolled a little hard. I've got to get used to the really sensitive roll axis on this. Took a few hits there, but he's still going. Whoa! Where'd he go? There you are. I feel like, so those of you who've been around a while know I did this on the MiG-21, but I feel like I'm going to have to really put a huge desaturation, or like a really strong curve on the roll axis, because it is so squirrely, it gets away from you. I did the exact same thing with the MiG, because, again, the 21 is so responsive in roll, and it rolls so fast, you can black yourself out very easily without meaning to do it. And I find when I'm trying to aim here, I need to use the rudder more, because if you try and roll with the stick, suddenly you miss the target quite badly, as I just did. Speed brake. No hits, try again. There's a solid hit, and out goes the pilot. This thing is insane. Really love the bomblet dispenser things. To be fair, most of what I've done air-to-ground has been with rockets because I'm too dense to use anything else. I'm really bad with bombing in any form, pretty much. I do need to fly this more, though. This is a really fun little plane. Actually, you know what? Since we did the wheels up landing, let's see what it does with wheels down. I'm curious if that'll kill it. So we'll dump our speed. Still too fast. It actually holds its speed quite well. Quite well. Flaps down. Brakes in, wheels down. Okay, we'll pop the brakes out again, just to get rid of some of that excess speed. She really floats with the flaps out. Yeah, see? You take hits before you actually touch down. I'm not sure what that's about, but I'll just have to bear in mind when I do fly the A4, no belly landings. No landings on anything that's not a runway. Let's try the MiG-23. Is that a vineyard? I'm not sure. Might be, actually, in this area. Okay. Arm the guns, get some lighting. Happy days. Close this as well. So there he is, just off the nose. At least it doesn't land on snow, yeah. I'm really glad to see that the Su-24 mod is going down the full fidelity route. They were showing off their rear stats, working rear stats, and various other clickable things in a recent video, so it'll be nice to have that full fidelity as well. Well, I mean as close as they can get. With clickable stuff in the cockpit. He didn't really make much of a vertical turn there, which is surprising for a MiG-23. I would have expected him to go straight up. Really abuse that speed. Something else, I don't know if you guys noticed this yesterday when I was flying the F-14 against the MiG-23, but its wings do actually sweep forwards and backwards in combat with the AI. They shouldn't. I mean, technically you can do it, but it's not a very good idea. The MiG-23 had specific wing sweep settings for combat, and the pilot would typically leave the wings in that position. It's a manually swept system like the F-111. It is not automatic like the F-14. And down he goes. The scooter strikes again. So, just to test the stall behavior, let's point this thing up and climb for a bit and just see what happens when we finally run out of airspeed. So I'm pretty steeply climbing here, near vertical. $120 knots, 100 knots. Got a wing drop to the left, it looks like. Not really, actually. It's just... Oh! 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 We broke it! We broke it, chat! You see that? The stall behavior must be scripted. It's not like dynamic, it's scripted. So we got to the top and it hung while it was trying to apply the script, I think. Let's try that again. Up. To be fair, when they made this mod, I don't think they were expecting people to use it to do shit like this. I think they expected people to use it for, you know, mostly kind of authentic ground attack missions where this wouldn't be a problem. So, 120 knots, 115 knots, Nose is starting to drop. Let's hold it up. Pull the stick back into the stall. There it is. 53, 54. We're actually gaining speed now. And that's where I regain control authority there. Yeah, they really do. Like, again, I mean, people probably mostly do use this the way it's supposed to be used for ground attack, so this is never a problem, but especially considering the aircraft's role in aggressor training, I kinda hope they address that so that we can use this thing in dogfights without worrying about it being a bit, you know, broken. But anyway, this is why when people have been asking, do you think they should add this to the Cold War server or whatever? No. No, absolutely not. Not a PvP server. A PvE server, sure, but not PvP. That would cause so many problems so quickly. But, with that said, once the issues with flight and damage models are addressed, there's really nothing to stop them from doing it, except for the fact that people won't be able to join unless they have the mod. And you've got to remember, the DCS multiplayer community is already quite small. And it's split between stable and open beta. Obviously, pretty much everyone that does PvP is on open beta. But you don't want to further split a small community by forcing people to have certain mods to play on your server. Like, a lot of people don't run any mods at all. I only run a couple, and I rarely really fly them. I only usually do it on stream or just to muck about. So you don't want to divide the community up too much by adding all these mods, as nice as they are, to a multiplayer server. Obviously, Hoggit Cold War is a different story, because that's for a specific community, the community that made this, in fact. So it makes perfect sense to use it there. But something like Alpenwolf server, maybe one day, but I don't think so. Hey, Steve. But I will reinforce, for doing the things it's supposed to do, and just for general joy flights, this is really wonderful. Like, the control responsiveness is just so pleasant. And it's so small you can fit it under pretty much any bridge on the map. Really, really nice plane. And it looks good. Like, they've done a really good job with the art. Yep, scooter alright. Sounds pretty good too, actually. I'm not sure if they just used one of the stock engine sounds or what, but it does sound quite nice. So anyway, with that out of the way, let's see what's going on in multiplayer at the moment. What I was thinking of doing for this stream was I was going to bind up the Car 50 off stream and then learn to fly it on stream. But I forgot I need the stick as the cyclic, then the collective, and then a throttle. So I might just wait to fly the Car 50 until after I get this throttle sorted, because otherwise it's going to be a pain in the ass. You know, I don't want to be juggling weird controls and then rebinding things once it's fixed. I might just wait until it's fixed to do that. Can you do boat ops with it? Yes, kind of. So the way that it's scripted to work, I can't actually remember. I've actually got a mission here where it's set up. We'll try it. The way it's scripted to work on the carrier is kind of weird, because it is scripted. It's not dynamically done. So, oh, that was a bit of a freeze there. So you've got to have the chocks on or the brakes on, otherwise it immediately starts rolling backwards like so. So we'll go ahead and ground crew, wheel chocks, yes please. There we go. Now we can let go of the brakes. So the boat is moving at nothing. The boat is not even moving, I think. Or if it is, it's very, very slow. Very, very slow. Might be doing a couple of knots. But the aircraft will roll back off the deck without the brakes or anything. Let's see if I remember how to start this. I probably do not. Do you need ground air and ground power or something?
Chief, turn on the ground power.
Just ground power, maybe?
Copy.
Okay, so that's in D10. There we go. Ground power's on. And then it's a certain percentage you have to take the throttle out of D10. I think it's similar to the F5, so about here it should be. Nope, engine didn't catch. Try again. We good now? I think we're good now? Yeah, there we go. No, it's all good, Steve. All good. Imagine thinking I actually have a plan for a stream. So we'll get the instrument lights on. You can hear the aircraft starting up there. And the ground power actually comes with a little ground power cart, which I wish more of the modules had. Especially, I wish that they make this a separate physics object and the hose be ragdolled, so that when someone tries to take off with the ground power still attached, I end up with this thing flailing around behind my aircraft. I really want that to happen one day. Please, ED, please. Have this trouble with starting up the MiG-21? Bro, how? The MiG-21 starts itself. It's easy. I forget what this does. Oh, it's the white flood. Okay. So anyway, let's see. I don't really think I need to do much in this aircraft. Like, it's already more or less okay. This is for your radar here. The radar in this is pretty neat, actually. Close this glare shield as well. Turn the gun sight brightness down a little. Trying to remember where the flaps indicator is. There is one. I seem to recall there is one. I just don't remember where it is. Oh, there it is, right there. So we're making about 1/3 flaps. Anti-collision lights. Taxi we don't need on. Put fuselage lights on. And then, like I said before, none of this stuff, which I think is all like, what do we got here? Cabin pressure, can't click, windshield, defrost, cabin temp, stall warning test, all of this stuff here, you can't click. This is just there for show at the moment. As well as that, the floodlights automatically come on with the console lights. As of yet, there's no way to change that at the moment. This stuff, compass, UHF, IFF, ECM, none of this is clickable yet. I don't know if they plan to add that in the future. The TACAN is working. This radio here you can mess with, and then the nav system you can mess with. I don't remember how to set that up, so we're not going to bother. I guess if I just set it to C. Oh, there we go. It tells you up the top. I'll probably take off before it's ready, but whatever. We've got all this stuff down here for your weapons controls. Down behind the stick. So we can get rid of that ground power now.
Chief, turn off the
We might need the canopy open to do that. I don't think the intercom's working properly.
Chief, turn off the ground power.
Yeah, there we go. We'll get rid of the chocks as well, and just hold the brakes on.
Ground power, Chief. Remove the wheel chocks. Copy.
I think this has a free castering nose wheel from memory. I'm not sure. Are you going to be able to go on your Europe trip? I don't know. At the moment, it's not looking good. So, Qantas have rerouted their flight, their like Sydney to London service through Perth instead of Singapore, and that was going to be what I was using to connect up to my Lufthansa flight in Singapore from there to Munich. So, at the very least, I would have to get a different flight to Singapore, but I'm seriously expecting at the rate which things are changing now, I'm probably not going to be able to go because I expect either the Netherlands or Germany or the UK or all of them or Australia are going to start throwing down total travel bans and lockdowns and shit within the next month. So realistically, I don't think I'm going to be able to go. Even if I can technically go, I have half a mind to just cancel it now anyway, because a lot of other people I wanted to meet aren't going, and it sounds like I'm not going to be able to travel within the country by the time I get there, so I don't know if there's any fucking point going now. It really pisses me off. This is like the one time in the past several years I've motivated myself to do anything, and this happens. Like, I'm really fucking angry about it. I mean, I understand why it's being done, but because everybody, like all the countries involved, waited so fucking long to take any action whatsoever because they didn't want to disturb the economy or upset people or whatever, now it's too late and they're throwing down all this shit and it's not going to do anything anyway. So I'm slightly mad about it. Yeah, I don't remember if this has nose wheel steering, if it's just free caster. I think it might be free caster. Anyway, you're going to see an issue here when I let go of the brakes and start taxiing, which is the classic DCS issue of things like Hornets and Tomcats rolling off the deck when the ship turns. Even if the ship is not moving, the Skyhawk will try and roll off the deck, and I'm not entirely sure why. I guess it does have nose wheel steering, at least the mod, and it seems to always be on. So the way that it does carrier stuff is also heavily scripted. It has its own key to hook up to the catapult, and the way that carrier takeoffs actually work is if you're at a specific altitude, I think it's like 67 feet the carrier deck is above the water, if you're at that altitude, the aircraft will do a carrier takeoff. So even if you're on a land airfield, if you're at 67 feet and you start taxiing a bit too fast, you'll take off, just because it's scripted behavior. Again, it's because it's a mod, they kind of have to script this stuff, but it is a little sad, because it kind of, you know, limits where you can use it, I guess. I can't remember what key I used to, or what key I bound to do this, so bear with me for a moment. Just controls, carrier, oh, no, hook, catapult, shoot, left alt 2, catapult, ready is left alt 1, okay. So we'll go external view, you're hooked in. So now I can let go of the brakes without issues. You'll notice the jet blast deflector on the ship doesn't come up because I'm not technically hooked into the cat. So we'll put a bit of back trim on the aircraft. Flaps are already set to about 1/3. I don't know how much flap you're supposed to take off within the A4. Then we'll go external and we'll run the engine up. And there's the takeoff. So as you can see, it's pretty heavily scripted. It's better than nothing, but yeah. You have to actually get it to do this, Bods, you have to do it through the mission editor. I had somebody, this is months and months ago now, I had somebody come into chat and walk me through what to do in the mission editor to make it work, which is why I have this saved as a mission, because I don't remember how to do it. And it was only because he told me that I was able to get this working at all. Now for a trap. Oh god, you don't want to see me trying to land on the boat. Especially with it not moving. That's going to really throw me off. Okay, speed brake. Full flap. Wheels. Hook. I forget what the hook is. That is probably not a good thing. Give me a second. I gotta check all my bindings. I haven't flown this for a very long time. Left Alt G. There we go. There's our hook. God, this thing has such gangly undercarriage. I don't know if the carrier landing behavior is scripted as well. I kind of suspect it might be. Get rid of the gun sight because it's distracting. Oh, that turns all the way around, by the way. Kind of like some of the brightness knobs in the MiG-19 used to. So just be aware of that. There's no limit on how much you can turn some of the rotary wheels. Yeah, no, I know that. The original Skyhawks had this cool clamshell thing that would extend out and cover the pilot's face. Actually, one of the first model kits that my dad and I ever built together when I was a wee little kid was an A4. I still got it somewhere, I don't know where though. Of course, my carrier landings are the stuff of nightmares, so don't expect a good approach here. You've seen how I kind of fly by ear on land. That doesn't really work quite as well at sea, I've got to be honest. I don't even look at the ball, I just kind of eyeball it off the carrier's flight deck and hope for the best. Yeah, that feels a bit scripted. There's a one wire. I was worried I was going to ramp strike there, and as you can see, you immediately start rolling because of the physics behavior. Can the A4 refuel from the tanker? I don't know, and I'm probably not the person to demonstrate that because I can't refuel anything from the tanker without either killing myself, the tanker, or both. But, you know, with all that said, it is a really nice little module, so, or mod even. It is quite fun to fly. You're bored, that's all that matters. I don't even want to know what that landing looked like. I really don't want to know what that landing looked like. Actually, kind of wonder if the tracks for this work properly, because we might be able to see what that would have looked like to the LSO or to somebody on deck. So we'll go external view, accelerate time a bit. I love how when you accelerate time in a DCS replay, it speeds up the sound as well. It's a nice little touch. Tracks of 14 are bugged still? Yeah, they are. At least as far as I can tell. Then you have the basic level of DCS track bugs which affect the MiG-21. The MiG-21 itself doesn't have any issues, but DCS does, where it thinks you've crashed when you haven't. That's just because of, I think the telemetry doesn't sample frequently enough, so if you, say, skip between a couple trees by wing standing, DCS considers you have just plowed straight through them. It's very strange. Jello as the voice of the LSO is the only thing I'm looking forward to in the Super Carrier. I'm looking forward to seeing all the little dudes running around. Like, that's what I want, is all the little Skittles running about the deck. And then watching terrible pilots like me accidentally bowl one over as they land. I hope that they actually, like, have collision geometry and react to aircraft. They aren't just, you know, little animated things that only exist to give it, you know, the air of some sort of activity. I really hope they react to the aircraft around them, because that would be hilarious. Okay, we'll speed up a little more. Come on. There we go. Speed it up a little. Yeah, I believe in real life the not the F4. The A4 had just a free castering nose wheel, and steering was done by differential braking, but this seems to simulate it as nose wheel steering that's always on. Be funny if they react to jet wash. Yeah, it would be. Especially with how overmodeled the jet wash is at the moment. Come on. There we go. Yeah, me too. For a couple weeks before the actual tournament, jet wash was the only way Tawny could get rid of me. Obviously, he's improved a lot since then. He absolutely destroys me now, but for a while, it was his main weapon. The Mirage actually loses its wings to it, like it will full on rip the Mirage in half. So there we go. Brakes out. Flaps out. Down come the wheels. And the hook. Phrasing, Pixie, but yes, yeah, he is. So are you. I've got to figure out how to beat you with the Mirage again. I cannot do it now. I think the flight model adjustments probably didn't help me. While they make it feel a bit more realistic, which is always good, they have really screwed me over when it comes to dogfighting. So I've got to relearn it. Unfortunately, you can't slow down time to like less than like a fraction of 1, as far as I'm aware. Or if you can, I don't know what the control for it is. Yeah, see that? I think it kind of glues you to the deck once the wheels touch. Because really there I should have bounced once or twice. I hit it that hard, I should have gone straight over the wires. Hey Tawny, speak of the devil. So yeah, that is the reason why the Skyhawk probably needs to stay out of PvP servers until it's a little more fleshed out. And even then, like I said, splitting the community by forcing people to have mods to join servers, it's kind of a risky proposition. It works better with PvP environments or servers that are kind of focused around a community, like Hoggit. Your average server, it would not work very well. What else have I got in here? I got a bunch of different missions in here. I've got the MiG-19 with IR missiles versus the A4, and I flew that one quickly before I started the stream just to see if the A4 AI reacted. It reacts. It fucking murdered me. You know what? Let's do that one. Let's do that one. MiG-19 versus A4. I'm gonna get my ass kicked. This is going to be very embarrassing, chat. Please don't laugh at me. Good. That way, that way. That on. Bit of back trim. Why? Oh, right. That up. There we go. The other issue is the Skyhawk is so fucking small. You cannot see it. It's tiny. It's also jamming me. There it is. It's just off my nose now. Good thing I cleaned my monitor. I would have mistaken that for a bit of dust earlier. I've got to remember I can't pull too many G without losing my missiles here. Lose sight of him, I'll never see him again. This guy's just easily outturning me. Oh, I already lost my missiles. Well then. I think they just fell off there. Switch to the gun. Well, guns. There's two of them. And I no longer see the Skyhawk. He just shot at me. Smoke trail off an AIM-9. So he was down there somewhere. Oh, there he is. There you are, you cheeky little fuck. But again, look, this thing has no airspeed. I'm in full burner, I was descending, and I've just got no airspeed. I don't know what I'm doing wrong in this plane. I really don't. It just does not turn. Ever. Like, it just doesn't want to do it. He's off my nose. And of course he flies into the sun. No idea where he went. Radar doesn't see him. Oh, now it does. Oh, it did. He's gone. The other thing is, being an A4E, he has quite a decent amount of jamming equipment packed into that big spine, which really fucks with the MiG-19's radar. No clue where he's gone. See, I'm picking up speed now. See, now it wants to turn. I don't know, maybe I'm just getting too slow before I start trying to turn. But it's weird. I don't understand this plane. In normal flight, it's beautiful. absolute joy to fly in normal flight, but as soon as I get into a dogfight, I'm dead meat. Either because I stall myself out and hit the ground, or I just can't turn. Or in this case, we lose sight of an F5 and he kills us with aim 9s. My biggest issue with the 5 mile merge in that mission is it forces me to really quickly go through and flip all my switches and stuff. I guess it's not that big of a problem, but in the Mirage I've got quite a routine I go through before I go into a merge, and having to do that quickly can be a little difficult at times, especially if the module takes a while to load in. Oh my god, I literally just cleaned my monitor before the stream and I can already see a massive fucking streak on it. Ugh. No idea where this guy's gone. We'll cheat. Oh, never mind. External view says he's nowhere near me. Is he still flying? Yeah, he's still flying. He's just about to Minvodi by now, so I guess we'll see if we can go catch him up. Once I figure out where exactly I'm headed. Should be off the nose somewhere, I think. Right there. See if we can catch him up. I mean, one of the other things with the 5 mile merge is it does really heavily discourage pre-merge maneuvering, which I am totally okay with. I'm totally down with that. I think kind of, if you're fighting people that know you're going to do it, and this is mainly for your benefit, Pixie, because I know you do this a lot, but if you're fighting people that know what you're going to do, trying to dive lower to get the advantage in that turn, the vertical turn, isn't going to work because they're just going to do the exact same thing if they know you're going to do that. So it mostly only works against people who haven't fought you before, or people that don't really have the reaction time to go into it themselves. No idea where he is. Oh, he's almost over the airfield. Holy shit, he's still got a Sidewinder left. Here we see what a wonderful piece of shit the MiG-19's radar is. It does have its moments, but it is not a good radar. Definitely not a good radar. With that said, this is a 1954 aircraft. 54 or 56, I don't remember. And this is like a 1958-59 model with this radar. For its time, this was not a bad radar set. And it has like the most ghetto form of track while scan ever because it has two separate antennas. One to scan and one to track. But, you know, in the kind of DCS environment, it is definitely not a good radar. When it's actually in level flight, or, you know, in a dive without turning too hard, the MiG-19 accelerates like crazy. This thing kind of feels like... almost like a MiG-29 in some ways. Like, how quickly it picks up speed, and then how it has so much trouble shedding that speed. But it's much more stable. The MiG-29 has a characteristic longitudinal instability, where the nose tends to wobble up and down, and it's very... sprightly, put it that way. It has a mind of its own, kind of like the MiG-21, whereas this is much more tame in that regard. Like, you almost don't have to trim this. You know, the 29, the 21, you're always trimming constantly, but this, you basically don't touch it. Basically don't touch the trim at all. He's right past the airfield. So he's right off my nose, somewhere over here. We're too low to the ground for the radar to really be any use at all here. It's not like the MiG-21 where you can just tilt the antenna up and deal with it. I've got the air brakes out. You can see what I mean about not getting rid of speed. It takes quite a long time to dump it. Okay, he's above me on my right. Somewhere over here. Hello? Mr. Skyhawk, where are you? The thing's so small, you just don't see it. Oh, there he is. Got lucky. He's probably already trying to land. I don't know if the AI will turn and fight me, or if he'll just ignore me. Like, I don't know if the AI gets kind of locked into a scripted landing sequence or what. I guess we will find out. Guns are selected. Holy shit. That closing speed. He's got to go around. Yeah, he's got his gear down, he's trying to land. And I've now lost sight of him. There we go. Come on. There we go. Couple good hits. I do want to fly this thing more. It's a really nice module. It's a beautiful looking module. And like I said, it's a pleasure to fly in every other respect, but God, when I get it into combat, it's just a pig. So if I can somehow crack that secret and figure out where I'm going wrong and how to get this thing to do the things I want it to, then I will definitely start flying it a lot more, I think. But until then, the MiG-21 is definitely my go-to. Even though, you know, ostensibly this is the better dogfighter, MiG-21 all the way. The 21 is just so good at it. Okay, pop the chute. Catch up on shuttle and taxiing. BMS guys I was fighting in JDF love doing those unpredictable merges. Yeah, I've noticed watching videos of them fighting each other in BMS. They do that a lot. Hey, Cezanne. Welcome to the stream. Darren Smith, thanks for the follow, dude. New to DCS? Well, I think you will definitely enjoy it here. I've been playing DCS for a bit over a year now. I started playing in October 2018, and this is my favorite game now. I cannot stop playing it. It's an addiction almost. Well, there's no almost about it. It is an addiction. I won't park this all the way back at the hangars. We'll just get it off the runway. There's an interesting difference in the design philosophy between Razbam and Magnitude 3, or at the time Leatherneck. So if you look at the MiG-19 and the MiG-21, the way the undercarriage works is basically the same in both. You have a 3-position lever, and the center position is neutral. And when you retract the undercarriage, it applies the brakes. So if you leave the lever in the up position, it'll run you out of air for the brakes, out of air pressure, and then you've got no brakes when you land. You've also got no braking parachute. You're missing a bunch of important things you really don't want to be missing. Now, in the MiG-21, unless you set up like a macro to do it, you have to manually... Say I wanted to retract the gear, I'd have to pop up this cover manually, which I've got bound to my HOTAS. I'd have to move the gear lever up, wait for the gear to come up, then put it back to neutral, and then put this cover back down. In this, when you press G, it automatically does all of that and then returns to neutral. Like, it is literally a one-button press on this module, up or down, whereas in DCS MiG-21, I am fumbling like 3 or 4 different buttons on the HOTAS, just because if I try and click them, it takes too long. And you know, in real life, you've got muscle memory to work off of, whereas here you don't. It's an interesting difference. I feel like I kind of prefer the MiG-21 approach, where it has everything like that, because especially with these older aircraft, there's not a lot of things you have to map to the HOTAS, so you may as well do things like that, you know. But it's a really beautiful module. Like, this cockpit is really nice. The external is gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. Alright, let's jump out of this mission. What I might do, actually... It's interesting, some of the replays seem to be bugged out for that too. What we'll do is, I'm going to open up the mission editor. I'm going to open one of those missions, so this one... It's a piece of shit? You're a piece of shit, fuck you. What did the MiG-19 ever do to you? Mister, I can't fly without the computer telling me how to do it for me. The exhaust nozzle shape? Yeah, it's beautiful. The Su-15 has a very similar tail, and I really hope we get a Su-15 at some point. Impact 33, thanks for the follow, man. I think my HOTAS is broken. The reason it took me so long to start playing DCS is because my HOTAS was broken for a long time. When I finally got a new one, that was when I was able to start playing flight sims again. So I've been playing flight sims since I was a kid, but I hadn't really played many for probably about 5 or so years before I got into DCS. Alright, we'll go guns only in this. Should be... Actually, no, not guns only, sorry. I'm going to make this heaters. We'll take R13s to make it relatively fair. R60s will smoke the Skyhawk. The R60 is so much more capable. So we'll take this instead. There we go. We'll fly that mission now. just to see how the MiG-21, an aircraft I'm much more confident with, fares against the tiny terror that is Ed Heinemann's scooter. Music's having a few issues though. Haven't even played to it, got 0 flight experience. Any tips? Oh, okay, so you're going to hear a lot of differing opinions about this. And in the end, really only you can make the decision, but when it comes to first modules, a lot of people suggest different things. Now, because you are coming with no flight experience into this, a lot of people recommend FC3, which is things like the F-15 or the Su-27, the MiG-29, stuff like that. Now, the advantage those have if you're coming in from like a non-flight sim background is you don't have to click anything. You just bind different controls to your HOTAS. The systems are simplified, but the flight models aren't, so, you know, you still get the feel of flying the aircraft, but the systems are much easier to use. Now, where you run into problems with that is, it doesn't teach you anything about managing the systems on the aircraft, and as well as that, once you get to a certain level of experience, it becomes a problem trying to remember the HOTAS bindings, and instead you find yourself wanting to click on the things in the cockpit because you can actually see them and you know where they are, but you can't click them. So full fidelity modules like the MiG-21 or the MiG-19, you can actually click everything in the cockpit. So say you need to, I don't know, turn some subsystem off, you don't need to remember what it's bound to on the HOTAS, you can turn it off by just clicking the switch. Which is, I find, a lot better. I find it really hard to go back to sims where you don't have that level of control anymore. You'll also get differing opinions on which aircraft to get first, so even if you say, right, I want something with a clickable cockpit so I get used to managing the systems, and I want the full sim experience, a lot of people are going to tell you to get the Hornet or get the Viper. Now, the big advantages of those are, they're pretty easy to fly, like, it's almost brainless how easy it is to fly them. The systems management's quite involved, but it's relatively simple for someone who's used to managing any sort of IT system or a computer or even a mobile phone. And they're very combat capable, so the Hornet and the Viper, but especially the Hornet, can do everything. So ground attack, you can do it. Seed, suppression of enemy air defense, you can do it. Air-to-air, you can do it. They've got air-to-air refueling. The Hornet can take off and land from the carrier or from land. You know, it's got a lot of capabilities packed into one module, so if you're just getting into the sim and you want one plane that lets you try kind of every kind of mission, the Hornet is probably the only real module I could recommend, but it will teach you very bad habits when it comes to flying. And as someone who's coming in not from a flying background or a flight sim background, that might cause you problems later on, especially if you try and get into the older aircraft like the MiG-21, which I'm in now, because this doesn't have fly-by-wire. You have to have actual stick and rudder skills to be able to fly this. And so you have this situation where a lot of guys who started the game with the Hornet come in and they get really good with the Hornet, but then they get in this and they don't know how to fly it. They complain, oh, it's hard to fly, oh, I can't land it, it's so hard to land, like, I could land this in my sleep. The reason being that I came from World War II sims and World War I sims, and I have a little bit of real-life flying time in civilian sport aircraft. So I have the stick and rudder skills, but I don't have the system management that I need for something like the Hornet or the F-16. So I don't do that well in the Hornet or F-16, whereas this I do a lot better than most people because I know how to fly the plane. So it really depends what you want to fly. If you want to fly the modern stuff, go for the Hornet. If you want to try a bit of everything mission-wise, go for the Hornet. If you want to pick up the stick and rudder skills, either get one of the World War II modules or get something like the F5, the MiG-21, or the MiG-19. The F5 and the MiG-21 are quite good for new players because the F5 is very simple, it's relatively easy to fly, and it teaches you a lot of things that are useful later on in the Hornet because the F5 actually, fairly directly led to the Hornet developmental-wise, so there's a lot of similarities. There's a lot of differences too, but there's a lot of similarities. The MiG-21, I'm just going to go ahead and hit fly on this and then quickly pause it. The MiG-21, if you look at the cockpit, this intimidates a lot of people. Like, all of these switches intimidate a lot of people, but it's a lot easier than it looks. It's quicker to just memorize which switches you don't turn on when you start it up, so you can memorize how to start this plane from cold in probably an hour, maybe two. And within an afternoon, you know, especially if you have someone that knows the aircraft walking you through it, within an afternoon you can learn to fly this thing. It's really not difficult. It's a lot more intimidating looking than it actually is. And while you don't have the capability in the MiG-21, you know, it has no smart weapons. It's got very old-fashioned weapons, so it's within visual range air-to-air combat only. You don't really have any guided air-to-ground except the Grom, which is not really guided as such. It's beam riding. You still have air-to-ground capability in this, it's just limited. So the MiG-21 can kind of do a bit of everything, but not anywhere near what the Hornet can do. So it really depends what approach you want to go from. But I'm massively biased, so buy the MiG-21. This is the most fun you can have in DCS. I love this plane. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and unpause. Put a bit of trim on just for now. Get the power on. Why is it giving me a warning? Oh. I've got to respawn. I forgot my gear lever on the HOTAS was down. Something to be aware of. There is a setting you can turn off so it doesn't do that, but yeah, I'm still at the flaps lever in the MiG-19 is my gear lever in the MiG-21, and that's why that happened. Okay, arm the gun, select our missiles, lock this guy up so I don't immediately lose sight of him, radar into medium altitude mode, bit of cockpit lighting. There we go. So he's down there at the moment. Pop that out too, so we've got countermeasures, because we're going to need them. Don't know why... I don't know if he's descended or if I've climbed. I think he may have descended there, actually. Head on. Okay, we are kind of on his tail. There goes an R-13. Didn't even try and track him, I think it went for a flare. Gotta watch I don't stall here. I'm actually a bit close, that's probably why that 13 didn't connect. He might give me his tail here, but I'm overtaking him quite fast. There goes another R13. Again, it didn't make the turn at all. Oh, no, it did. It did. Just took a while. Looks like it missed, though. Don't know where those went. I think I missed behind him. MiG-21 tracer is a bit of an issue at the moment. You can only see the smoke, you can't see the tracers, so you can't really judge where your shots are going. That's been an issue for about probably 9 months now, quite a long time. When I first started playing DCS, they were really easy to see, but now they're impossible. It makes shooting really, really a chore, and this gun is not well designed for air-to-air engagements to begin with. His low speed is going to become a problem for me now, because I'm right on the edge of a stall as is. Whoa! Jet wash. Big jet wash. Probably get it again here. Come on, come on, come on. There's a hit. He's still going. There we go. There's the kill. Whew. See, it even gives the MiG-21 a run for its money. And that's in the hands of an AI. If that thing was in the hands of a player, I don't think I'd get a look in. with how agile it is, I really don't think I'd be able to do much against it. We'll go and land this thing. Don't need any of our weapon systems on anymore, so we can turn the power off to all of those. Let's catch up on chat for a minute here. We'll use the lazy man's autopilot. In Su-27 Flanker, I want to fly the tutorial, but if I'm in the air and make no inputs, it rotates up always. Yes, that is normal. You have to apply trim on the flanker. It's not like the American fly-by-wire planes where it automatically trims. You have to trim it very heavily nose down. Past about 900 to 1,000 kilometers an hour, you need full forward trim on the flanker, otherwise it will climb. The MiG-29 does the same thing, but even worse, the MiG-21 does the same thing. All of the Russian aircraft need very heavy trim inputs. All of them. So if it starts going up, just immediately push the trim forwards to get that nose back down. Learn basics with the Su-25T and P-51, they're free and good. That's not a bad shout, actually. I always forget about that. The Su-25T is decent for learning FC3 systems management, but bear in mind it is a Flame Eclipse 3 module, so it has no full fidelity stuff. Whereas the TF-51 is full fidelity, but it has no weapons. So that teaches you to not only manage the systems, at least the, the flight systems, but the nice thing about the TF-51 is it is not fly-by-wire. That's an old World War II plane. That will teach you the fundamentals you need for this bad boy, and for any other pre-fly-by-wire aircraft. The F5's a little different because it has a control augmentation system, but it's still technically mechanical controls. But yeah, so they are good, But once you want to start moving upwards, if you're interested in the modern stuff, go for the Hornet. If you're interested in the older stuff, I would say F5 or MiG-21. Something else I do as well when I get a new module is I'll just, as well as learning to take off and land it, something I'll do is I'll just go on a free flight mission and just kind of get a feel for the aircraft. I'll see how far I can pull the stick before it tries to stall. I'll see what its stall characteristics are, if it drops a wing, if it just settles like the MiG-21. I'll see if it recovers itself or if I need to recover it, if I put myself into a spin or whatever. You know, just spend a couple of hours throwing the thing around the sky, see what it does. It'll give you a good sort of instinctive feel for how the aircraft handles. Just remember that every aircraft will handle differently. And even the same aircraft with a different weapons or fuel loadout will handle differently as well. Reading John Boyd's tactics is where I define how I do BFM. I've got to admit, guys, I'm woefully poorly read when it comes to BFM. Actually, a lot of things that I seem to find myself heavily involved in, I am very poorly read about. I just seem to build practical experience. And I might not necessarily do things the proper way, but I do things in a way that usually ends up working for me. I'll have to see if I can, at some point, find myself the time to read Boyd's books, though. Tomcat's awesome, but really a two-player experience. Yeah. The Tomcat's also kind of weird, because aside from being a two-player experience, a lot of people come into it expecting it to fly like the other American planes, like the Hornet, or the Viper, or say even the F-15, And it doesn't. It really doesn't. The Tomcat is an old school plane. She handles in an old school way. If you don't have the throttle, or sorry, the stick and rudder skills, you're not going to be able to fly the Tomcat at all. So in that way, the F-14 is a much more suitable module for guys coming in from World War II sims, or coming in from modules like the MiG-21. With that said, I'm not a good Tomcat pilot. I'm working on it, but I'm not good in the Tomcat. Compressor stall sounds amazing in this module. If you mean the MiG-21, those weren't compressor stalls. That was me punching out flares. That's me punching flares. The compressor stall in the MiG-21 is so rare that I'd forgotten what one sounded like until yesterday when I experienced one because my electrical system was on the fritz. In fact, I might be able to induce one. It's not that one. Okay, maybe it is that one. That's a compressor stall. But you can barely hear it in a 21. It's quite quiet because the engine's quite far behind you. And from what I've read as well, in real life, the MiG-21's cockpit is surprisingly quiet. In the Hornet, learn how to aerial refuel. Nope. Fly on speed. Nope. Land on carrier. Nope. Before any of the combat stuff. Yeah, I can't do any of that shit. I can shoot things down with it, but I can't do any of that stuff. But to be fair, I really hate the way the Hornet's fly-by-wire system is set up for landing, so... I kind of don't want to land it on the boat, just because I hate the way it tries to land itself. Burno's F-16 only beat him once out of about 10 attempts. Dual flame out about 5 times. Fuck, if you can survive long enough for both of you to flame out against Burno, that's a fucking achievement, man. Especially in the Viper. Pretty sure it's Burno, at least he goes by Professor in JDF. I'll keep an eye out for him. R13 does not know what turns are, yeah, very true. That's why I usually don't carry them. Really selling this janky piece of shit? Dude, I've told you how many times, this module is the most fun you can have in DCS. Like, no joke. There's a reason I fly this thing so much, and every time I fly another plane, I eventually just get bored of it and come back to this plane. This thing is so fun. I asked him about Roswell and the Mirage, and he seemed to be annoyed. Yeah, it might be him then. Honestly, like, having watched the way he fought Tawny and having watched him fight other guys in BMS, I think all that happened was just he had not fought a Mirage and he didn't quite know how to handle it. I really think if he'd employed the same strategy he used against other Hornets, against my Mirage, he would have killed me easily. But because he didn't have the experience of fighting one, he didn't know to do that. So I think I lucked out. Honestly, that's what I think happened. I think I lucked out against a better opponent who just wasn't quite sure what he was up against and didn't know how to react. And I'm quite certain that now he does know. And between that and the addition of more drag to the Mirage at low speed and less response off the engine, I think he would absolutely fucking smoke me now. Like, I can't even fight Pixie without getting my ass kicked now. And Pixie and I used to be a pretty good matchup, but not anymore. I get whooped. Alright, I will land this thing and then we'll catch up on chat a little more. Probably only need... I might need 2 stages of flaps here, actually. I'm kind of high. So one thing I will say is the way that I fly the MiG-21 is not the official way you're supposed to do it. Like, if you want to see how to do a proper by-the-book landing in the MiG-21, there's videos for that. There's a tutorial for that. That is not what I do. I eyeball it. I fly by the seat of my pants. So the way I land this thing is not the way you're meant to do it, but it works for me. Bear that in mind, watching me do this. Yeah, one stage of flaps enough for this. I might pop out the second as I get closer if I need them, but I'm not really expecting to. Actually, you know what? Yeah. 2 stages, there we go. Just to help me sink a little faster, so I don't float down the runway, because the 21 will do that. You've got to make quite a fast landing, so if you mess your speed up, she will float the entire length of the runway. Which is not that big of a problem here. This is quite a decent runway, but somewhere like Gelendzhik or Novorossiysk, where the runway is very short, it can be a real nightmare. There's a bit of a float there. And down we are. Braking chute out. Set flaps back to takeoff. They're usually left in the takeoff position on the ground, just so people don't stand on them like idiots. Chute's gone. Nose wheel braking off, so we can use that to steer. This doesn't have nose wheel steering, it's differentially braked. The nose wheel just free casters, but with that switch in the horizontal position, it applies the brakes to all 3 wheels instead of just the main gear. So that kind of messes with your ability to turn the nose wheel. I waited a little bit too long to make that left turn there, but we got away with it. Unseal and unlatch the canopy. At this point I can start turning stuff off. So IFF and radar systems off. Nose cone, auxiliary hydro pumps, trimmer can all go off. RSBN is already turned off. There we are. Trame is the other BMS guy that I think is play school. Ah, gotcha. Learn how to start the damn Hornet manual first, don't be another auto start. Yeah, no auto start Andes. The Hornet's actually pretty simple to start as well. Trim, so trim is like, it's difficult to explain without just relying on the word. But so for instance, if I go back into this and turn the power back on, this. So what trim does is it moves the, well, in the modern jets it moves the stick, but in World War II planes it moves the trim tab. And what this does, if you go to the outside of the plane and we look very closely at the tail, As I do this, it's moving the default position, like the neutral position, of the control surfaces. So at low speed, you need to trim nose up, which means you need to do this, so that the aircraft will want to fly a bit nose up. At high speed, doing that will make the aircraft climb, so if you want to fly at high speed, you have to trim nose down. Oop, that was interesting. So at high speed, you want to trim nose down, because the speed of the aircraft will make it naturally want to climb. So when an aircraft's flying very slowly, it needs to maintain a high angle of attack on the wings to maintain lift and in order to maintain its altitude. You know, if you're out of whack with that, if you haven't got it balanced, the aircraft will start descending, and you'll eventually get into a stall if you let it get slow enough or if you let it pitch up enough. Whereas at high speed, you want to keep the nose fairly neutral or even down a bit, because it's generating so much lift, it's going to want to go upwards. So you're trying to force the aircraft back down. And in the flanker, there should be a light very much like this one, which comes on when the trim is in the neutral position, and then it'll go out when you move the trim. So, you know, if I trim nose down, it goes out, or if I trim nose up, it goes out. Trim is a keybind, so you have to set it to something. If your stick has like a hat switch, like a view hat that you're not using, that's what I would set to trim. So like the thumb hat on my HOTAS is what I use for trim. For the first sim ever, you may want to look at FSX. It's cheap, has a ton of free planes, and an extensive tutorial for every aspect of aviation. Yes, but it also runs kind of poorly on a lot of systems, to be fair. Honestly, you can teach someone to fly in DCS. Like, they can come in from a no-sim background to DCS, and you can teach them to fly. It might take a little while, but they'll pick it up. You can do it with things like IL-2 and Rise of Flight, too. Tutorial says nothing about trim, just fly to waypoint. Yeah, it won't. The thing is that trim is such an inherent part of how you fly an aircraft, you're expected to just know it. And a lot of people flying mostly the modern American planes like the F-16 and the Hornet never have to do anything with the trim, or you don't necessarily need to. And so they assume, the Mirage as well, they assume that the aircraft will do it for them. But this is stuff you have to know about if you're trying to fly in real life. So say like a Cessna or something, or even an airliner, you need to know how trim works, because even though, say, an airliner might do it for you these days, you need to know what to do if that system fails. Or if you're in like a Cessna 152 or a 172, or like the Jabiru that I used to fly, or the Bristol, you have to trim the aircraft yourself. It won't do it for you. And with a lot of these older aircraft, both World War One, not World War One, they didn't have it. With World War Two, sorry, and Cold War aircraft, you need to trim them because they won't do it for you. Automatic trim is only a fairly recent thing when it comes to military aircraft. Really, only 4th generation Western fighters will have it, and I guess maybe 4th and 5th generation Russian ones to an extent. But the early 4th gens like the Flanker and the MiG-29 won't do it for you. You have to do it by hand. Viper needs the pilot G resistance to be buffed badly still? Yeah, it really does. It's so obnoxious. I mean, I'm bad in the Viper anyway, but that really limits it so much. How come when I use the drop countermeasure bind, it sometimes doesn't drop anything? That cover has to be up. This cover has to be up, otherwise the button will not function. That's not true of the other cover, which is over your weapon release. That will work regardless. But the, like if I press that just with the cover flip down, it automatically flips up and releases. But the countermeasure doesn't do that. You have to flip this up. The other thing is the aircraft has to have the countermeasure pods equipped. So if we look at my MiG-21 here, you see those things that are tucked up under the wings? You need those. If those are not equipped, or the SPS-141 pod isn't equipped, either or, you have no countermeasures. And you know, you can press that switch all you like, it's not going to do anything. Didn't put enough sarcasm in that comment. Fly the Mirage okay, just can't shift anything with it? Shoot anything with it? Yeah. Honestly, it just comes with practice. Like, I think because of my World War II simming background, that's why I have sort of this innate ability with the Mirage's guns. Especially with the gun sight. Everyone else hates the gun sight. I really like it. Like, I really, really like the Mirage's gun sight. There are moments where it's a problem. You know, it'll bug out and it'll start getting way too long and you lose the sight. You know how you solve that? Unlock, relock. Usually works. If that doesn't work, just bore-sight it. Like, that's what I end up doing a lot of the time. Like, a lot of those really quick, close-in snapshots you see me doing, I'm not looking at the gun sight. I'm looking at his plane. I'm just guessing, like, yeah, that looks about right. Right there. Like, it's the TLAR system. That looks about right. That's how I aim. The gun sight's useful, but the closer you get to somebody, the less use the gun sight is. When you get right up in someone's shit, it's like, it's gonna lie to you. You may as well just close one eye and, oh yeah, guess it. Like, you know, you have kind of an instinctive feel. It's kind of like hip shooting, you know, in old Western films where the guy just pulls a revolver out of his holster and bam, bam, bam. He's not aiming. He just instinctively has that muscle memory. He knows where his bullets are going to go. That's how you fight in the Mirage. That's how really you fight in anything close in, but especially in the Mirage. It's just knowing where those rounds are going to go. You make the plane an extension of your body and you just aim with... You aim with your mind, right? If it feels right, that's when you pull the trigger. Hello, Pulks. Sorry guys, I'm a bit behind on chat. I have to read on my phone. I've only got one monitor, so I do tend to fall behind chat by a bit. I think my record is like 45 minutes. Mostly when I'm dogfighting or trying to land or whatever, I can't read it, so I get quite far behind. Do I hear Soviet Wave? Yes, this is a mix of Synthwave, Soviet Wave, and a few other things. Force myself to manually starting all high fidelity modules. Yeah, it's a good habit to get into. Like, I can kind of understand, I know that Palm Order starts a lot, but I know he knows the full startup for the real Hornet, and I've seen him do it in like a ridiculous amount of time. Like, Tawny, I know you can start the Hornet in 2 minutes, but that's like the normal startup for the DCS Hornet. I've seen Pom take that thing from cold to everything set, radio encryption, all the systems that aren't functional, he will do that in 2 minutes. Like, he is so quick you can't keep up with what he's doing. And he auto-starts most of the time, and the reason he does that is he's just, like he said, you know, he's got 9,000 hours in DCS or some ridiculous number like that, and he's like, I've done it so many times, I just don't care anymore. I can understand that, but from my perspective, having flown the MiG-21 so much, I enjoy starting it up, so... I don't use it. The only time I've used auto start is when I was flying the Mirage and I didn't realize you had to actually click the fucking detent button on the throttle to get it into detent, which I think they fixed. And I think once or twice when I got a brand new module and I just wanted to test fly it. But when I'm flying, usually I'm always manually starting. The other issue with people that auto-start is, particularly on the Cold War server, I call them auto-start Andy. You can tell when you come across one, because if they're in an F5, they've got the little red beacon light on top of the plane going, because they don't know to turn that off. They're really easy to spot because of it. Like starting the plane up, get what I paid for? Yeah, exactly. Satal Diamond League is scrapping FC3 aircraft next season, apparently. Ooh, I bet that's going to piss a lot of people off, but I agree with that, honestly. Like, the FC3 flight modeling for some aircraft is kind of sus. Like, the Su-27 feels like it's on rails. It feels like a Su-25 with rocket boosters attached to it. Obviously, with the ACS off, it's a different story, but even with the ACS off, it's a little odd. The MiG-29 feels more or less right. The G-scheduler feels a little weird, but in a way that's actually harmful, not an advantage. The F-15, though... I mean, I've been over this topic how many times. The F-15 is a really capable aircraft in real life. It does have the control augmentation system of the F-5, which does make it a lot easier to fly than a sort of classic mechanical control aircraft. But it just seems too easy to handle that thing at low speed in DCS. Like, it's brainless, almost. So, yeah, I don't know. The systems management as well, like, the radar on all of the Soviet FC3 modules locks too quickly. It holds lock when it shouldn't. The burst effectiveness is a bit too much in some situations and not good enough in others. Like, it's just really wonky. I don't trust the FC3 systems at all. Using flanker to full potential takes much more skill than full fidelity. Maybe. Maybe for, like, BFM, where you've got the ACS off and you're doing all kinds of weird and wonderful shit, yes. But in BVR, no. Like, honestly, using the flanker in BVR is not difficult. The main difficulty from that is trying to read tea leaves on the SPO 15 to figure out where an incoming shot's coming from, and then also surviving up until the merge. Like, the flanker's not really difficult to fight in, at least in BVR. It's just difficult to survive in when there's a lot of AIM-120s going around. If you guys have seen me in DDCS with it, when I haven't fumbled the controls like I did last night several times, I do reasonably well in it. Like, when I was flying with Dippo a couple months ago on DDCS, we absolutely fucking dominated. Because a lot of the Hornets were either distracted, or they were on air-to-ground stuff, or they just... You know, they're more experienced players, so they're not firing 4 AMRAAMs at a time. They're firing 1, or maybe 1 every 10 miles. And in that kind of situation, we were able to actually drop into the notch because we only had 1 missile coming at us from one direction. And we were able to get in close and kill them. Be no AWACS or EWRs, so flanker won't have data link powers. If they're configured properly, they have ship-to-ship, but only for 4 flankers. It has to be done in the mission editor properly. I'm actually really, really surprised that the F-15 wasn't more common in Fight for Honor. We saw 1, as far as I can recall. We saw 1 F-15 and 1 flanker, and that was it for FC3. I'm really surprised we didn't see more. See, the annoying thing is now, I could have signed up for a bunch of the upcoming events, now that I know I'm probably not going to be able to make this trip. Or, you know, if I can make it, it won't really be worth it anymore. But it's a bit late. I think most of them are closed registrations. Hello, Abdullah. Sorry, I couldn't read your name. It's quite difficult to see on my phone screen. Scuff streamer, very scuffed. You get 15 slow, it's fucked in BFM, especially against Hornet. Yes and no. Yes and no. It can dump speed very quickly and use that against you. Not quite as easily as the Mirage, but it recovers from it better than the Mirage now, I would say. Used to be the Mirage recovered better, but now I'd say the F-15 does, just because of the changes to the M2K's flight model. It's a Hornet and a Mirage in one. Yeah, that's the impression I got from fighting against Dylan and Krapinski. With the ACS off, it feels like fighting another Mirage, but with better vertical ability. It's scary as fuck. It's really scary. Oh my god, I'm actually caught up. You could still get in? Yeah, I mean, I might think about it. I'll see how things pan out first. I'll give it like another week, I think, just to see how things go with travel bans and stuff like that, and with my flights. Right, let's see what's popping in multiplayer. Cold War's probably empty at this time of day. Oh, that's PvE, not interested. Yeah, there's nobody in there, just the Game Master Spectator. Trolling Thunder is also empty. That's only got 24 player slots. I thought it had more than that. Flying Circus has people on it. Oh my god, Red Team's stacked again. It's only because he's put the F-16 on Red Team. If the F-16 was still on Blue, Blue would be stacked all the damn time. I wish he'd take the F-16 back off of Red, if I'm honest. Give it back to Blue. I'd rather have a target-rich environment, if I'm honest. Okay, DCS is empty as well, so it looks like we are relegated to the Flying Circus. Watch my internet drop out as soon as I connect. Squirtle's a good F-15 pilot, and Bullet. I don't think I fought Bullet in the 15. I'm pretty sure I fought him in the Tomcat, but I don't think I fought him in the 15. I fought Sharkin in the 18 and made him think that the Mirage was space magic because he was in a flat spin and I stayed above him and just gunned him casually and then flew off. I don't think he was very happy about that. I went back and, because I knew I was fighting him, I knew he'd be streaming, I went back and watched the VOD later because when I'm dogfighting somebody, I always try and get their perspective, right? So if they're streaming, I go watch their stream. Or if they post a video or something of it, I'll go and watch it, because then I can see what they're doing, I can see where they're looking, what they're thinking, and it's also just interesting to see what your own aircraft's doing from outside. And I did go back and watch that, and it, like, from his perspective, I can see why he was mad. It looked fucking ridiculous. Absolutely fucking ridiculous. 104 still fly the F-15 a lot. Yeah, that's been one of their main planes for a very long time. I would be surprised if they stopped flying it. Don't know why my music's cutting out so much tonight. I think it's when DCS loads in, it causes the music bot to have a bit of a minor conniption. Just 15 and 18 on Blue? Yeah, that's a fucking good point, actually. That's ridiculous. Everyone complains, ooh, Red doesn't have enough full fidelity. Now we got the Mirage, we got the Tomcat, we got the Jeff, we got the Viper, we got 4 full fidelities. Just for air-to-air stuff. And then Blue has 2. Well done. Well fucking done. Oh, sorry, they got the Vigan as well. I guess you could kind of count that as air-to-air. 18 on 11. You know what, we'll fly the Hornet to start with, just because I need to practice in this thing or I'm going to lose the ability to fly it. We'll go from Sanaki, actually. But later on I might swap over to Red. I mostly prefer flying Red. Mirage is trash in multiplayer BVR. I beg to differ. It depends. The thing is, if it's over flat ground, yes, you're going to have big problems. If it's over the mountains, or if the opponents don't have any active, say you're in a Cold War server where they're down to Sparrows, it's fucking fantastic. Especially against Sparrows, because the 530D is quite long-ranged and quite fast-moving for the time. But the low number of missiles and the lack of active missiles and the short range of the, compared to an AIM-120 of the 530 are what tie you down in this server. But if you have, and the lack of data link, I guess, if you have some sort of terrain to play with, or if you just know that everyone on the other team's going to be looking for flankers in the valley, so you go up, you know, in space at 60,000 feet and scan down, you can do some filth with the Mirage. Like, I've had some really good success with the Mirage on here. I've had some bad times with it too, but I don't think it's bad at BVR. I think it just has to adapt. I don't think there's any aircraft which is truly bad at BVR unless it literally doesn't have the capacity like the MiG-21. You just have to adapt. That's all it is. Oh, that's right. We'll go external and we'll figure out which livery we're going to fly with today. 75 Squadron. I like the high-vis ones much better. That one's pretty nice. The RAAF has some really, really nice liveries for its Hornets. Oh, I like that one. I quite like that one.
Request rearming. Copy.
Okay. I'm gonna have to do a couple things here, so bear with me. My pedals are freaking out again, so I'm gonna unplug and replug them. Thank you, Thrustmaster. There we go. It's probably going to make the problem even worse, if I'm honest. We'll just open the control input. We've got full right, full left. Okay. Yep.
Rearming complete.
It's really jittery, but at least I got full right and left authority now. Why can I hear the radio? Why the fuck can I hear the radio? Well done, ED. Yeah, that is what I want. So that's already set to the right frequency, but I shouldn't have been able to hear it before the aircraft was started, so I don't know what's up with that. Isn't that on? Why can I not box that? Might need some time to warm up or something. I forget. It's been a while since I've flown the Hornet. Hey, Pom. 'Hornet and Viper on the same team causes data link issues, or it will switch friendlies to hostile pretty frequently. Well, people just need to learn to use IFF then, instead of relying on data link. I mean, I will admit this, Pom does it as well. I've seen him do it. In fact, he's the person I learned it from. When I get bored on blue team on this server, I start fucking with people's IDs on the data link to make them show as hostile, just because I've got nothing better to do. And just to see who's actually got their IFF turned on. Not many of them. .530D might be the best Fox one. Yeah, yeah, I'd agree with that. The 27 ER has the range, but it just doesn't make the turns that it needs to. It falls for chaff so easily. It's easily distracted. If I know a Mirage is in the mountains and it's you, I ain't going in there to get you. Understandable, to be honest. Is it just me, or is the stream buffering? I hope it's not buffering. It might be. My internet's not the best, but hopefully it isn't. Hey Seb! Hope it's going well. About to learn the F-15 Su-27 free weekend. Hopefully they will get me into the game more. It's a really fun game. I really enjoy this. Buffering like mad on account of being on what equates to a dial-up connection. Oof. Aerial refuel for us? I don't know if there's tankers in here. Red had a tanker last time I flew in this server, which I find interesting, but I don't know if Blue have one. Oh, no, that's not what I want. Click it again. There we go. Okay. Why is it not? Pom, what am I doing wrong? It won't let me box the ALE-47. So I can't fuck with it. Do I have to be off the ground for that? Is that one of those annoying things you have to be off the ground to configure? Sorry guys, I'll get off the ground in a minute, just trying to catch up on chat. I'm only flying the Hornet because Red Team has a massive stack on at the moment, Pom. They're all on there flying the Viper now. Going to bed? Alright, Pixie. Sleep well, dude. Whoop. Overcorrected a bit there. I'm so used to the MiG-21, where you tend to boot the rudder the opposite way to straighten out. It doesn't do good things in the Hornet. Really doesn't do good things in the Hornet. Just put CMS on bypass. Yeah, but then Pom will yell at me and call me bad. Oh, okay. Gotcha. So I gotta configure it in the air, same as the radar then. That is a pain in the ass. Full disclosure, guys, I'm gonna get my ass whooped. I'm not good at this plane. Especially against Vipers. Oh, the fucking high gain nose-wheel steering in this is so bad. If you give it full rudder, it actually goes out of nose-wheel steering altogether, it seems. Okay, there we go. I used to not use it, Tawny. But, I mean, if I'm gonna fly the damn thing, I may as well learn it, right? Learn how to do things the correct way, or correct-ish way at least. There we go. Still won't let me select, I guess it's still warming up. There we go, standby. How does this work? I did know how to do this at some point. Step. Okay. There we go. Manual 3. Done. Now I'm gonna get all this other stuff set up. Oh, radar as well. 80 miles. 16. I'm gonna be in TWS probably anyway, so I may as well set this up. Yeah, I don't like having that on the HUD, it clutters it up too much. Guess what I forgot to do? Like I said, it's been a while since I've flown this. Whoops. There we go. I can see the RWR out the corner of my eye though. Hey, the Mirage's RWR is actually pretty decent. There was a friendly in that. I think he may have just been splashed. Two there? I think. That is not what I wanted to do. Oh, one of them is apparently friendly. Yeah, he is. Lost him behind a hill. There he is. It's friendly. It just vanished. You haven't already put a sneak peek on yours and Jeff's design request for KSP. Oh god, yeah, I saw that. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to unsee it now. Dish doesn't tilt like it should. Age out is ignored and track posting is random. Well, infinitely tied to someone 180 degrees out of plane. Oh boy, wonderful. I know about the reverse AMRAM loft. That's something I am aware of. Sounds like a lot of fun. Not. Why am I stuck at this range? Get out of auto. That's why. That's friendly. Bit of a conga line behind him. I think it might be a Tomcat. Well, there is a Tomcat in that lot. It could be a 16. There's a whole shitload of them all together by the looks of it. concerned about that friend of his. Down the left. It's kind of like he's being handled. We'll send him a Sparrow instead. I don't want to fire an AMRAAM into that when there's a friendly right next to him. And he immediately dies behind a mountain. Never fucking mind. Whatever. He can be someone else's problem now. Oh my god, the frame rate. What the fuck? Oh, he thinks that's a 120. That's cute. He's gonna drive it into the floor, though. He's dead. 120 got him. Viper. Well, to IFF him. Catch you later, Tawny. He's dragging me. Turn around, coward! Okay, that's friendly. No way I'm going to catch him before he either drags me into something unpleasant or gets back to base. Just give up on him, fuck it. We go back for weapons and fuel. We've got a couple turning around, actually. 5,000 pounds of fuel? Yeah, I'll take it. I'm sure it'll be fine. Holy fuck. Holy fuck. So he's trying to engage those guys. Well, that's rude, Pom. Thanks for stopping by though, man. I will catch you once your net situation has improved. Which will hopefully be soon. I better not. He's trying to drag me into the big clusterfucker guys back there. There's one here who is probably in the weeds. Still showing on data link, so he must still be out here somewhere. Probably down the valley. There we go. Getting a little closer. This buddy's ahead of my way though. There we are. Appears to be chasing that friendly. What? What? What just happened? Did he just disconnect? Are you fucking shitting me? Really, my dude? Wow. I don't think he's aware. I don't know how he wouldn't be. It's a tomcat. It's a dead tomcat. He just didn't even react to that 120. Did not even react. I think that's one up there. Yes, it is. What? That's interesting. I I forget how you get into the... I think there's like a long-range helmet acquisition. I don't remember how to get into that. Serious? Serious? Why is everyone fucking disconnecting on me? Ah, couldn't get away from it. Hey, Pilot Frederick. That's a 16. Someone explain to me the radar symbols. Okay, so red and green depends on data link. Red is hostile, green is friendly, and yellow is unidentified or ambiguous. But that depends on the information you're getting from the data link, which may not always be correct. The more reliable system is that a sort of like a chevron with a sharp point is enemy, and a round kind of like rainbow shape is friendly. If it's up top, I think that means you've got it on radar. If it's down bottom, I believe that means it's something that the data link sees, but your radar doesn't. I'm kind of new to the Western Plains. I'm not real great with them. So do bear that in mind, but I believe that's how that works. Go with this skin this time.
Request rearming.
Oh, that's a nice one.
Copy.
Hey, Master of All.
Rearming complete.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
Pete JK, thanks for the follow, dude.
Springfield 4-2, Overlord 1-1, Rob 346, 450 at 29,000 gold.
What HOTAS are you using? Thrustmaster Warthog, which I'm having some difficulties with at the moment. The stick works fine, but my throttle broke after about probably like a bit under a year. So my left throttle doesn't work, I've only got the right throttle working, which is annoying. I've got to try and figure out either how to fix it, or I've got to get Thrustmaster support to actually be useful for once, which is difficult. Warranty, it was 1 month out of warranty when it happened. I bought a stick before I started actually using it, so for a while I couldn't play DCS due to PC issues, and by the time I did start flying in DCS, it was already near the end of its warranty, unfortunately. The actual like setup is good. It's a good product in terms of like controls and you know what you can do with it, but the build quality is just not good. Thrustmaster seemed to have really bad build quality on all the products I've tried of theirs, which is a shame because, like I said, they're otherwise good products, but they just fall apart really easily. Do you fly the Tomcat too? Occasionally. I used to fly it a lot more, like back when I did PvE stuff. I haven't flown it as much PvP, because I usually prefer to have a human Rio, and also the fact the Phoenix is kind of broken right now puts me off a bit. Also the right engine bug, which is back, sadly. Okay, there we go. Do you fly helicopters? Not at the moment, no. I do want to get into helicopters, but until I fix the throttle, it's a bit questionable. Since you need, you know, your cyclic, your collective, and the throttle. So... I only have the KA-50 though. I do want to pick up the Huey and the Mi-8 at some point, but at the moment only KA-50, which I haven't flown. Thanks for the O-Burst. Thanks for the sub-O-Burst. Thanks for the O-Burst too, though, apparently. If DDCS fills up a bit later, I might fly the Tomcat on there. It just depends on if people get on. I could go red and fly the Tomcat here, but as of the last check, red was stacked quite badly. And usually if I'm flying... Oh, actually, it might be the other way around now. I might switch teams after this flight. Usually if I fly red on here, I'm doing the Su-27 or the Mirage. Occasionally the MiG-21 for comedy purposes. head up the north, I think, rather than get involved in the mess that's over there again. Occasionally MiG-21, but always makes Blue look like clowns. I mean, to be fair, I wouldn't have been able to do that if Enjoy Your Salad hadn't seed-striked Kutaisi first. I would have copped a Hawk before I got out of the mountains, but that was a lot of fun. I lucked out so hard with the timing on that. What server are you in? Growling Sidewinder's Open Conflict. Otherwise frequently known as the Flying Circus, because that is what it usually is more like. I don't know why the antenna's pointed at the ground sometimes. Like, the elevation is all screwed up. These aren't. Holy shit. It's a lot of bad dudes. That's not what I wanted to do. There we go. Still a bit inexperienced with this, so bear with me, guys. Okay, I can't see the second one, which is interesting. Okay, I can get the guy behind him, though. Let somebody off my nose. I have a much better chance of going for the guy by himself, so we'll just see how this develops. Oh, I went past him. 15,000 feet. These guys are going to be distracted by the massive friendlies by them, but they're probably going to kill most of those friendlies before I can get there. Whereas this guy in front of me is probably by himself. And probably an easy target. Sparrowcat? I could do Sparrowcat, actually. Not in here, I get my ass kicked, but it's tempting. Actually, you know, it depends how many people are double racking. The more 120s get slung, the harder it is to do that, but if there's not too many Hornets about, I might be able to get away with it on here. The other guy's probably dropped into a valley somewhere. There's a Tomcat in this group, which is going to be a problem. Yeah, they're still fairly low over the mountains. There's the lock from the Tomcat. Oh shit, never mind. We got one much closer. Sneaky little bugger. What do you think you're doing there, Junior? I think I killed him with the 120. Yeah, I did. I tend to send a Sparrow after the 120 just to be sure, and if they notch the 120, they won't notch the Sparrow. That's the plan anyway. I don't know how well it works, but that is the plan. I should have another one in front of my nose, apparently. Two more in front of my nose. There we go. I'll pick that guy up. Okay, those two are distracted anyway, we'll go for this one. Try and draw him away from his mates. Contrail, that will be a Tomcat. He will be climbing to space to launch a shitload of Phoenixes at me. I pretty much guarantee it. Kind of diving away, which might suggest he's already fired one. Go away. Gotta be ready to get away if he did fire something at me, but he might not have. He might have held his shot too long. Can't quite tell what it is. It does look like an F-14 though. He's running like hell. Don't have a lot of closing speed on him, so that might not make it. Just keep the pressure on anyway. I think both his bodies there either boarded or dove into the hills. Yeah, it's an F-14 for sure. Look at him move. It's frustrating trying to deal with Tomcats because they all sit up in space and then just dive like mad when they get shot at. And they will outrun anything and everything that you send their way. Here we go, we might have a chance here. Come on. It's about as fast as my little Hornet can go. And I just ate shit too, an AIM-9X. From an F-16. Wasn't paying attention. Red actually does outnumber us still, so we'll stay with the Hornet. Viet, Shrek. Well, that was frustrating. But such is life trying to deal with F-14s. They just dive for the deck and run. Which, to be fair, is what I do when I'm in the Tomcat as well.
Request rearming. Copy. Rearming complete. Pontiac 2-1, Overlord 1-1, pop-up group 097, Fort 130 at 4,000 knots. Pontiac 2-1, Overlord 1-1, Raw 092, 480 at 11,000 knots. Pontiac 2-1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 305 for 240 at 30,000 cool. Pontiac 2-1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 302 for 220 at 6,000 flanking. Pontiac 2-1, Overlord 1-1, pop-up group 304 for 230 at 2,500 flanking. Pontiac 2-1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 096 for 140 at 30,000 knots.
That always helps, turning off the parking brake.
Springfield 4-2, Overlord 1-1, Bra 097 for 11 at 40,000 knots.
Wonder if they fixed the player ID bug yet. It looks like it's given me my right amount of kills. I think I killed 3 people and died twice. That sounds about right to me.
Pontiac 2-1, Overlord 1-1, Bra 098 for 130
wonder when they're going to fix the smoke trails, or if they're going to fix the smoke trails. This thing looks like a fucking MiG-29 at the moment. It's ridiculous. Makes it so easy to spot people in combat as well. Like, too easy. It's really weird. After so many, over a year of me playing DCS and having trouble spotting people, suddenly I can see them from miles away because in daylight there's a shit ton of smoke. And in the nighttime, the moonlight reflecting off the aircraft, and off ground units for that matter, is so bright, you just see the single bright white pixel on the screen. That's either a plane or a ground unit. Every time. It's ridiculous. And then when you get close to them, they disappear. It's 4,000 feet. So he's probably behind one of those mountains right in front of me. I suspect this guy's still there. He's just lurking in a valley waiting for somebody to come over him. So I'll have to keep an eye out for that. Man, I've really got to get a second screen so I can catch up with chat. Holy shit. Manual 5, Pom says. One press, 2 drop 2, 2 drop 2 each. 1 second dispersal. There we go. Full rudder overturns the front wheel with nozzle steering high, understeers it if you're not going taxiing around carrier type of speed. Makes sense, I guess. Still, it's annoying. As far as whether to use Steam or not, I'm on Steam, just as a matter of convenience. Steam typically gets new modules a couple weeks to a couple months later than standalone. Like, you can still play in the game with them, but you won't be able to buy them on Steam until afterwards. If it's a module with like a pre-order system like the F-14 had, it releases the same date on both platforms. If it's something like the MiG-19, I had to wait about 2 months for the MiG-19 on Steam. The standalone version has a bunch of utilities that come with it, although I believe the Steam version basically has the same thing, just integrated into Steam. Performance is the same, they can both play with each other. They have different sales, so Steam sales might not always be at the same time as the ED store sales, but they generally have the same kind of sales, so honestly, it's 6 to 1, half a dozen to the other. Go with whatever's most convenient for you. It's a friendly, he's got 2 on top of him. New modules are broken at release anyway? Yeah, generally they are. That's true. Once you create an ED account, the licenses are all bound together anyway, right? It's kind of complicated. It used to be, I think, that you couldn't transfer them, or you could only transfer some licenses. Then it was you could transfer all of them, but you would usually have to wait because ED would drag their feet. Now I'm not sure, if I'm honest. I was briefly considering swapping over to the ED client, but it was still going to be enough of a process that I just couldn't be bothered. I stuck with Steam, and I don't regret it. I've had no real issues that aren't DCS in general. You know, I've had no issues with Steam itself for DCS. There's a lot of baddies coming straight towards me. You know what we're gonna do, chat? We're gonna pretend we're a flanker. Also gonna get rid of the belly tank, since I've been carrying it for a lot longer than I need to. That was a tree. Of course, there's enough Vipers and Tomcats in this that this may not work. Seriously? How the hell did my radar pick something up? Through a mountain, 50 miles away. What is it doing? Ron did say it was bugged. What do you think I should buy? F-14 or the Viper? It depends. The Viper is more capable in like all different kinds of missions than the Tomcat, and is easier to fly. But, like, it's really difficult to recommend a module because it depends entirely on what you like doing. If you like old school planes, if you like actual stick and rudder flying, get the Tomcat hands down. If you want to be effective in, like, a modern, up-to-date, current-day air combat setting, or you want to do a lot of air-to-ground stuff with precision weapons, get the Viper. Where the fuck did that guy go? Couldn't pick him up. Aim 9. Let's see if there's people on DCS. Very fully deaded. Tomcat still does perfectly fine in modern air-to-air and DCS, yeah, because the Phoenix is broken. Once the Phoenix is fixed and behaves like it should, it's going to be a very different story, because that thing will no longer be so effective against fighters. You'll have to support the missile, you can't just fire them off and turn cold like people do now. Like, it'll still be able to fight, it just won't... Like, you need an effective Rio, which means not Jester. You need to be able to actually employ the radar properly, and then you need to support your missiles. None of that is a factor at the moment because the Phoenix is a fucking magic. Once the Phoenix behaves realistically, it's going to be totally different. It's not like a fat AMRAAM anymore. Like, that missile is so broken right now, it's not even funny. Oh, there's nobody on blue. Let's try Cold War. Oh, there we go. There we go. There's people in Cold War. Yeah, me too. I'll be glad when it's working the way it should be. It will really thin out the herd, and it will force people to actually get good with the plane or stop flying it. So I think the number of Tomcats on GS will drop off very rapidly. But the ones that are on there will be very good players who know what they're doing. Have you tried Falcon 4 BMS? I haven't tried BMS, but I grew up playing Falcon 4, like the original game. I wasn't very good at it though, because I was like 10 years old at the time. Flying from Beslan. Oh, it's this mission. Okay. Time. That's something, the new lighting has made the overcast much brighter out. It's not, like, really, really dark anymore. Might just go with the old-fashioned BBS/PVO as superiority grey. Will work well for this mission, I think.
Перезарядка по плану. Прием.
Beslan. 10.
Командир, оружие подвешено.
So, 223. Now this is a plane where I actually know what I'm doing, much unlike the Hornet. I think we need to switch playlists as well after this song is done, or after this playlist is done, I guess. Since we're now flying the MiG. Seems like it's a little too bright now with the full overcast. Just a little. It's better than it was, though. Okay, we got one F5. Do you have a special MiG playlist? I have a playlist which has a lot more Russian and Soviet era stuff in it, which is kind of my general DCS playlist that I use when I'm flying Red. I have a specific playlist when I'm flying with the Yugoslav livery for this. I'm going to make another specific one for the Soviet livery, another one for the East German, and so on. I might get it started now, actually. There we go. Flaps, trim, send it. That's their AWACS. The F5 might not even be off the ground, he might be AFK or something, honestly. Love punching through the clouds with this thing like that. It's so awesome. I love this plane. 150 for 150. 9,000 is a bit high for one of their AWACS. About the right range, but a bit high. Rate for 140. He's closing range pretty quick. Sounds like it might be an F5. And I hope he stays at that altitude, nice and high, where I can easily see him with my radar. May as well turn this off, I'm high enough above the ground. I don't need the altitude filter on. So this mission, Supervision, we're defending an EWR station somewhere in the mountains here. I think it's actually on one of the sides of Mount Elbrus, or next to it, and they are trying to destroy it. So, unlike Growling Sidewinder, which is just, you know, basically aerial deathmatch, pretty much, airquake, and unlike DCS, which is a dynamic campaign, which is, you know, kind of what happens is laid out by the players doing all the ground control and the guys doing the air combat. Cold War uses a couple of set-piece missions. It's still multiplayer, PvP, but like each mission has a specific set of objectives. So for Supervision, it's protecting this EWR. For Catch Me If You Can, we have to protect convoys that are trying to evacuate. two towns is what the name suggests. It's two towns fighting each other, and we have to provide frontal air support. When the Mountains Cry is basically trying to control some water reservoirs, I think. Hey, Josh. I'm doing better than I was earlier. Still kind of put out about the whole, you know, traveling thing, but whatever. Not much I can do about it at the moment. I'll just have to try and sort it out next week. Two for 50. That's an F5. And he should just be skimming the cloud tops, so if I can get low enough to do the same thing, him in the merge. Should be close enough to flip this on now. Might actually put it in medium altitude because the mountains are going to get annoying. 127 for 30. Contact! Comes up as a minus sign on the radar. He's enemy. That is the F5 for sure. Locked him. There he is. One R3R. And good track. What happened? Oh, just... At the very least, it's going to be very difficult for me to get over there. But more than likely, between now and then, they're going to enact enough travel restrictions that I'm not going to be able to come over. I'll have to do it later in the year or something. Which is not good for me. But... it's kind of out of my control at this point. That should have been a kill. I think it's still calling his wreck, but he should be dead. The R3R is useful, you just gotta use it properly. Excuse me. The fuck is blocking me? No way he's still flying. Hasn't credited me a kill yet. But it should have been. It's behind me. You cheeky little shit. How the fuck are you still flying? Oh my god. Wow. Okay. Wow. That was an R3R. That should have killed him with one hit. That's like, it's not like the R60 where it's weak and it takes a couple to kill them. That should have fucking slammed him. I saw something fall off his plane when it hit, so... don't know how that happened, but now we know. Put 2 missiles into him, minimum. That's an F5 too. Out of all the planes in the game, the F5 is one of the ones with a damage model that actually works. If it was a Viggen, I would understand, because the Viggen's damage model's broken, and the MiG-21's damage model's a bit broken, although it seems to be working now, at least when I get shot. Don't know about when other people get shot, but it certainly works against me. That's annoying. Well, we'll have to go finish him off now.
Командир, оружие подвешено.
Do you agree the Vigan's the easiest aircraft to start up? Maybe. It's one of the easiest, but I don't know if I'd call it the easiest. There's, like, honestly, there's a lot of aircraft in this game that are really easy to start up once you learn how to do it. This is one of them. This just takes a lot of clicking, but it's easy to do. The Tomcat's relatively easy, it's just time-consuming. But yeah, the Vigan is pretty easy to start up. Flaps, trim, everything else should be set. Quickest? Yeah, probably. I think that other Meg's airborne, so he might finish him off, who knows. It's still not reporting a loss, so yeah, it looks like the player IDs are still bugged out, unfortunately. So I'll need to actually go back with TAC view to confirm any kills I get on this mission, because you can't see them plunge through the clouds. No auto-start Andys around here. Thing is as well, the auto-start usually doesn't configure the aircraft properly, or it configures it in a really, like, not ideal way. You can tell who does it with the F5 on this server, because they always have their beacon lights flashing. They forget to turn them off in combat. Probably either RTB or he might have gone in afterwards, I don't know. He had black smoke coming out of him, so he had probably at least one engine down. I saw something fall off him. He must have been pretty badly fucked up. Holy shit, I've actually got this thing trimmed to fly hands off for once. Trimming the MiG-21 is a constant battle. It's either too much or too little. And there we go, I fucked it up. Oh well. For 150, he's just taken off. So either the other guy dropped him or he eventually went down from his damage, maybe. He's on the deck. So what I'm hoping he'll do is pop up through the clouds the same way he did before. I don't want to have to descend. I don't want to have to punch through the cloud layer coming down next to this. That's bad shit. You don't want to be doing that. More than once I've dipped into the clouds to intercept somebody on this mission and seen a tree above my wing on one side just materialize out of the clouds, so we don't want to do that. We want to avoid that as much as possible. Yes, it is. That's where I got it from. I put it on the playlist once I watched that. I actually took a couple of the songs that Yoke here has used in his videos and put them on this playlist. They get me in the mood. There we go, that's a little better. Buying my first decent MOTAS, is it worth getting the Warthog? How important is it to get rudder pedals? Depends what you fly. If you're flying helicopters, World War II planes, or something like this, well, not so much this, but the Tomcat, you need rudder pedals. You will not have a fun time trying to fly the older aircraft without a rudder. The modern aircraft, like the Hornet, the Mirage, anything with fly-by-wire, you don't need the rudder pedals, but they help. So a lot of the time in the Mirage, I'll use the rudder to kick the nose over for a quick shot. But you can fly without them. As far as the Warthog, the control layout's good, the position of the controls is good, it's fairly heavy and sturdily built, so it mounts well, or even if you just sit it on the desk like I do, it doesn't move much. The problem is Thrustmaster build quality is really, really not very good. So you might be one of the people who has one for 10 years and never has problems, or you might be me and have it for like just 1 month more than its warranty period and suddenly the throttle craps out. So I'm on one throttle at the moment, my left throttle doesn't work at all. And Thrustmaster support are not the best when you need something fixed or replaced. Heavy damage needed to bail whilst landing. Oof. So I did fuck him up. Let's see AWACS. If I had my time again, I'd buy the Reupload HOTAS instead, at least the stick, because I fly mostly Eastern Bloc stuff, so having an actual proper Russian layout stick is better for me. Like, the Warthog's fine, but I don't fly many Western planes, so the button layout isn't ideal. The throttle, like, honestly, I do prefer the look of the Warthog throttle to the Reupload one. The Reupload one looks okay, but some of the button layout's not real great, in my opinion. But, again, Thrustmaster build quality is the problem here, so I'm kind of not inclined to buy anything more from Thrustmaster until they improve that, to be honest. It's Hall effect in the throttle, I believe. Could use Ghost logo as one of your sub badges and emotes. I actually have the old Soviet state quality mark as my 6-month, I think, 6-month for the sub badge, and it's also a BTTV emote on the channel. Like, not one of the actual channel emotes, but one of the better Twitch TV ones, if you have the plugin for that.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
Thanks for the follow, Breaks. Can't be more bad than SciTech at the time it was owned by Mad Cats. I used to use an X52 Pro. I know the pain. The reason I got the Warthog was because my X52 broke in such a weird way. If I plugged it in, it would work as a joystick, but like any of my internet browsers, didn't matter what they were, would not access the internet. Steam could access the internet, but not the browser. Games could access the internet, like Skype could access the internet, but none of my browsers could. And the other thing was my PC wouldn't shut down, it would just freeze on the shutting down screen. Only if I plugged the X52 in. It was really bizarre, so I just gave up on that and got the Warthog instead. Maybe it's just a broken cable? It could be. A broken cable, or maybe the sensor's broken or something, I don't know. I have taken the throttle apart to have a look inside of it, but I'm kind of worried if I start messing around with it, I'm going to break it worse. Thrustmaster have this annoying habit of just using a glue gun instead of cable ties. So stuff's glued together, like the plugs are glued together, and if you try and get them apart, there's a chance they'll break off the PCB. Should probably be careful, I don't want to fly over Sochi. Get shot down. Using a VKB Mark III Mag Pro with Virpil T50 CM2 throttle, it's the holy grail. Yeah, I mean, like, the throttle looks really good, and Virpil's build quality seems pretty good from what I've seen and heard. It's just that the layout of some of the buttons on the throttle don't quite suit me. At least from looking at it, I haven't had a chance to use one yet. But the stick definitely would be a better arrangement for me. This guy must be lurking down in the hills. There we go, Leopard. Told you I had that. I think it is the 6-month sub emote, or sorry, sub symbol as well. But I can't remember exactly which. It's either 3 or 6. I think 3 is the Aircraft of Excellence badge, and 6 is that. This guy's probably hanging out down in the weeds. I'm kind of tempted to punch through the clouds. I just don't want to get too close to Sochi, and I don't want to plow into a mountain that I can't see. Okay. There we go. Always a bit sketchy doing that in the MiG-21. Yeah, sure. I've probably seen it, like a lot of the stuff I have has GOST stamps and OTK stamps on it. Entirely certain where I am at the moment. I guess we will find out soon enough. Oh yeah, that one. That's the modern one, I think, isn't it? That's like the Russian Federation one. Yeah, it's the second thrust axis, the left throttle. the switch on the left throttle works fine, as does the button on it, but just not the actual throttle axis itself. So what I'll do, actually, is if I open up... Let's make sure I'm not going to fly into the ground. If I open up this... we'll go to something with 2 engines. I've rebound that, actually, so what have I got? I don't think I've got anything with twin engines that I haven't rebound yet. So I can't really demonstrate it. Maybe the A10. There we go. See? I've got the throttles linked at the moment, but see what it's doing? I think that might be their air defense. Belly tank. That looks like it might be Tbilisi. Oh, this F5 is. 182 for 17. For 9. Can't tell if he's above the clouds or under them. That's their AWACS, I think. Some streamers are strict about links. I wonder if you copy paste the URL and not click the link, it is also dangerous in the case you see the URL itself is safe. I don't know. I just generally trust people with links in here because I usually don't get any problem people in my chat, and if I do, they get banned pretty quick. I don't want to have to make it so that I can only approve links. People can't just put stuff in chat. I will if it becomes a problem, but I don't think it's going to. $175 for 12, huh? At 1500. I have no idea where he is. I think we're on opposite sides of the cloud layer, though. Oh, Jesus! I was wrong, he was right behind me. Never saw him. This mission makes it really difficult in the MiG-21 because if you don't have either a wingman or a GCI, you get ambushed so easily. Whereas the missions over flat ground, where the F5s can't hide in the hills, we tend to dominate. Scared the shit out of me.
Перезарядка по плану.
Oh yeah, he knew where I was alright. He very much knew where I was. See, the other issue is I don't want to get too close to Tbilisi at high altitude over the clouds because I don't want to catch a hawk. But I can't tell. I mean, I guess I could use the RSBN, but I don't want to have to fiddle with that in flight. Can't really tell when I'm over it. I kind of suspect this guy's just going to sit down in the weeds and try and draw us down to him. You know, which I can't blame him for. It's not a bad idea. It's what I would do in his position. Because the MiG-21's radar makes it a little bit better at intercepting at high altitude than the F5's. Like, we can tell exactly where the F5 is once we've got him locked. Because the radar just steers you directly onto him. It's not as daunting as it looks. Just memorize which switches you don't turn on, and it's easy. Like, you can pick it up in an hour or two at most. It's like a bad pod or a broken cable. Yeah, I don't know, I'll have to figure something out. Talking about the Warthog, got mine used, and when I got it, it was fine. Then after a few weeks, one of the buttons broke. China hat forward just wouldn't actuate, and a few months after that, magically fixed itself and works fine now. Yeah, mine unfortunately has not fixed itself. Sounds like the MiG-21 when one of the circuit breakers pops. You just leave it for a while, and eventually it figures out what it's supposed to be doing and sorts itself out. There we go, yeah, he's way down in the weeds, 500 meters. It's way below the clouds, which complicates things considerably. Someone had it's acting like a switch, either 50%, 100%, no values in between. Problem with the left Warthog throttle, but the axis was fine in the target device analyzer. Recalibrating with a Thrustmaster Windows calibration tool solved that issue. I will have to check, but just using like the built-in game or Windows game controller thing, it reads the axis as like basically a switch, kind of. So I'll have to double check, but I have no idea what would have broken it because I didn't change anything. I didn't update any drivers or anything. It just broke one day. Last September, I think it was, and it hasn't worked properly since. But I will have to try that out and double check with the Thrustmaster tools. For MiG-21, I always worry I forgot to turn on something important since I can't read Russian yet. Ah, it's fine. If it's important and you don't notice immediately after takeoff, it's probably not important. Recently gave my Warthog throttle bath with methylated spirits, fixed most of the non-functional buttons. Yeah, that's kind of odd. Mine, when I took it apart, had a lot of crap floating around inside it. It looks like when they put it together, they stripped the threads with, like, you know, the plastic stubs that the screws go into to hold the base on. It's like they stripped the threads on that really badly, so there's a lot of, like, plastic shavings in there. Which didn't seem like a good thing. I cleaned it out as best I could, but it didn't make any difference. Two F5s now. What I'm kind of hoping is the fact that there's two of them will make them brave and they'll start thinking they can fly in formation at high altitude. Because that always makes me very happy when I see F5s doing that. I can't solder, but I can always just palm it off on Dad. Or get him to teach me, I guess. Just gotta find a replacement if that is the issue. I think I actually scored my first ever air-to-air PvP kill. Oh, no, it might not have been my first, but one of my early ones in the MiG-21 in here. I ambushed a Harrier by skimming the clouds. I don't get to play this mission as much as some of the others. When the Mountains Cry and Catch Me If You Can, I get all the time, but I don't see this one that often. The missions are on a 4-hour cycle on this server, I think, so it tends to be that they all happen around the same time of day, so Catch Me If You Can is like prime time for this server, about 7 AM my time, 8 PM GMT, I think. Element 14 sells all the stuff? Oh, excellent, thank you. I will bear that in mind if I do need to replace it. Because then once I've got that working again, I can rebind everything twin engine to dual throttle, which it should be. I can start playing IL-2 more again, so I won't need to futz with the keyboard for the engine controls. And I can start learning helicopters. Can't see the F5s. He's picking up the enemy AWACS. If you want to check it later on, target script editor, device analyzer, icon, top left of Windows, select throttle. Gotcha. Is that something that will work with Windows 7? Because I still have not upgraded to 10. I'm terribly lazy. It's also possible that both F5s are on the ground rearming, I suppose. Don't want to get too deep into the clouds. It shows axes and buttons, but I think it's raw from the joystick, so before calibration. Ah, gotcha. Yeah, hopefully that'll fix it, because it's been driving me absolutely nuts since it happened. And I really don't like having to use a single throttle for twin-engine aircraft in DCS. Like, there's a lot of times where I need asymmetric thrust and I just can't use it. These guys have to be on the ground, surely. Have no call-outs. They're either on the ground or they're literally in the weeds in a valley somewhere, expecting us to find them. Unfortunately, there are some pretty quick learners on this server, so the first time they get popped by a 21 at high altitude, they don't make the same mistake again. When that missile hit you and you saw it coming, would you have had time to eject in real life? Probably not. If I don't have time to eject in game, I probably wouldn't have had time in real life. Like, even if I did, I probably wouldn't have cleared the aircraft enough and the shrapnel would have killed me on the way out. That's the way it works, it's calling out. See, what I would do, if I was those F5s, is I would sit up at the altitude the AWACS is at, because I automatically ignore any call that comes in for 8,000 meters, because I know that's an AWACS. So if you're sitting at 8,000 meters as well, I don't know you're there. I think it's an AWACS, and I'll ignore it. Shumon would try to evade and then try to eject after a hit? Yeah, exactly. But that hit actually killed my pilot, so I couldn't punch out anyway. Just instantly, lights out. Interestingly, I can still pick up the marker for Beslan RSBN from here, even though the mountains are between me and it, which is a bit interesting. There might be a repeater station somewhere. I think that's their Hawks, maybe. heading towards Tbilisi. So that could well be AWACS or air defense pinging me now. I can't really tell because, you know, the SPO 10 is not good. Doesn't tell you much, but we'll fly over there and see. There we go, 148 for 40. At 1,000. He may well have just taken off. It's going to be inside the Hawk coverage though. Contact. That might be their AWACS though. 156 for 19. I don't think that's their AWACS. Could be this guy, but I think it's the AWACS. Yep. Oh shit! I think I saw red there. That wasn't a MiG-19, was it? No, he wouldn't have flares. There's the Hawks out on me. That's definitely enemy. And there's the Hawk. And he flared my missile off. They're just sitting over their Hawk coverage. They're not actually doing anything.
Перезарядка по плану. Принял.
Kinda salty about that. Like, the F5 does not take that long to start up, nor does it take very long to turn around. I'm quite certain they're deliberately sitting under their air defense and forcing us to come to them. So I might just stop going over there.
Командир, оружие подвижно.
Someone else had a broken cable, it was rubbing against the bottom of the lever, he got a new cable and it was fine again. Yeah, I didn't see any obviously broken cables, but there may have been one tucked under something, I'm not sure. Like I said, I did take it apart, but I only had a quick glance at it. I didn't want to fully disassemble it down without doing a bit more research into it first. So I figured, like, it's somewhat functional now. I don't want to fully break it. 2 F5s. Sun through the clouds? Really? Really? Okay. Seems legit. Wow, that needs fixing. The heaters will also occasionally pick up the sun when it's below the horizon. This game is bizarre sometimes. I think of all the missions that run on this server, this is the one where I most often get my shit wrecked. For two reasons. One, the cloud cover kind of means that if you're forced under it, the MiG is at a huge disadvantage just because you can't see what the fuck's going on. Above the clouds, you own the sky, but below the clouds, you're in deep shit. The other reason is the fucking Harrier. The Harrier is so broken on the Cold War server. Because it's a night attack, right? An AV-8B night attack. That thing has fucking nav flare. It can see in the dark, let alone a heavy overcast. And it also gets the AIM 9M. So the Harrier is kind of ridiculous on this server. And probably one of the most dangerous things that Blue Team gets. Whereas a lot of the other missions, there's a lot less Harriers. And the visibility is a lot better, so it's not as big of a concern. It's so easy to get ambushed on here, like on this mission though. I mean, it could be. I don't think it is, but it's not outside the realm of possibility. That seems like an incredibly niche Trojan though. Like, you'd have to kind of marvel at if somebody actually programmed that into existence. It's a very niche market. I have to apologize to you guys, but we're going to have this song again, and we're going to have it louder once it goes through. It's like my favorite song on earth at the moment. I might just... actually... It's trimmed well enough, I shouldn't need the auto recovery. Just a bit more back trim, bit more back trim. Bit more back trim, why are you still sinking? There we go.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
Thanks for the follow, Jebs. Alright, we will use the lazy man's autopilot. I don't trust this thing not to do something silly while I'm tabbed out, even though I'm only going to be tabbed out for about 5 seconds. Oop. Can you actually go back to the start? There we go. Yes, it was. And not from the Car 50, it was just a generic voice announcer from like the MiG-29 and stuff, but yeah. Pulled it from the DCS sound files for that. $160 for 80. Ooh. 4,000. He is above the clouds. Excellent. We'll just let the belly tank run itself dry before I punch it off, since it's nearly empty anyway. $7 for 50. It's descending. I think he knows. He's skimming the cloud layer, actually. That's what he's doing. I don't see him up here. So we'll dip down. There he is, he's under me. Now, co-out. We might lose him behind this ridge line. Please don't change heading. That's friendly. Away to the left. Don't know where our enemy here has gone. Come on, 1 for 12. Oh god. Right there, there's a spec. That's possibly the friendly, though. That's a MiG-19 close, I think. This will be the F5. Closer is apparently coming up as enemy. That's definitely a MiG-19, I think. Surely? No, low wing. We're going to pray that's an F5. I think it is. Yeah, it is. Way too close. Oh, yep, not too close. Tried to line him up for guns, couldn't quite do it. I think he's dead. I think I actually pilot killed him there. He's fucked. Relax. EW, station at Mike November 02. So he should be within sight. I'm not entirely sure where I am, but I'm guessing around here. Just want to head basically slightly west of north. F5, so it's an F5 doing ground attack, at least not a Harrier. Wish I could get a vector to the fucking EWR station from where I am. I know it's around here somewhere. I'm just not entirely sure where. We might have to look for smoke. I think it's also slightly under the cloud layer. But I don't know. The 5-2. Ah, it's okay. It's over here. Words are hard. Right. Okay, so there's a gap in the mountains I need to pass through the left of. There. My brain has very limited processing capability. It can't English and navigate at the same time. Right. Oh god, it's the meme song. Fuck. Really wish there was a way to get AWACS to tell you exactly where you are. Because without any visual references on the ground, it's actually really fucking difficult to guess. That's Elbrus there. And it's... fuck. I don't even know which... I think that's Elbrus. So that's quite a ways along from it. Maybe I can use the Beslan RSBN, since I still have signal off that somehow, to kind of put myself in line with it, and I should be able to spot it. I think it's pretty much off the nose on the other side of this ridge. Fuel state's okay. We're pretty close to home. 85 kilometers from Beslan at the moment. We'll be closer once we're over the EWR. Wish me luck, chat. This is probably going to end in tears. Still descending? Yes, we are. Oh my god, we're safe. Okay. Where's this fucking EWR station then? The problem now becomes A, trying to find the EWR, B, trying to find my way home. I think once I decide to RTB, I'm just going to have to go back up. It's not real easy to navigate these valleys. Map-wise, that is. It's easy to fly them, but it's not easy to know which one you're in specifically. See, the problem is, I think the EWR station's actually below the cloud line, or in the clouds even, where I can't see it. But I'm going to have an absolute hell of a time trying to find it in this. I don't have the NS430, and I wouldn't use it anyway. I don't know if the server can restrict it, but yeah. If it can, then it's probably restricted on here. We do have a call out, but it's not for the guy that I want. He's just taken off. It's coming out from top of the EC. I swear the EWR used to be above the clouds. Should be on one of these hillsides. Well, it's not... It's not a valley with a river in it, apparently. Fuck it. We'll go deal with this guy, I think. 5.8 for 70. Fuel isn't the best. I'll risk it. Just try and stay out of the burner unless I need it. I'm off the power a bit now. Clean? Really? Oh, now there's a Harrier. Now there's a damn Harrier. Oh, this is gonna end poorly. At least there's a bit more ambient light under the clouds now, so that, like, the Harrier used to be the only thing that could see aircraft on this mission, because it was so dark down here, but now it's much easier. You've seen me kill Vigans after my engines flamed out from fuel starvation. You know I'm gonna do my duty. 140 for 17, holy shit. I don't see anything. Oh, perfect song for flying this thing though. 193 for 6. Fuck! Never saw him. She ain't too happy. There he is behind me. You fuck. Oh, someone's hit something back there. Did he go into the ground, maybe? Maybe he crashed. Don't need a wing, by the way. I am, like, 2/3 right stick, full right rudder. Fucking hell. Get rid of that to get rid of some asymmetrical load on the aircraft. No aileron trim on this bad boy. No rudder trim either. Just pitch. So I gotta do this by hand. No idea where the fuck he came from. Don't know what it was. Maybe an F5, maybe a Harrier, who knows. Try and keep the speed up, because then that means less roll tendency. I'm not making it home. But we'll try and stay in the air as long as we can. I'm going to run out of fuel probably before I run out of ability to fly. He's still chasing me. Yes, I am. I'll put the little control input thing up so you can see what I'm doing to try and keep this thing in the air. There goes the engine. I'm not entirely sure why that flamed out. Fuel maybe. Well, we tried. These clouds, man. These clouds. Just you wait until we got some nice clear weather F5s. Just you wait. Then we'll see. Of course, if I also had a GCI, this would be very easy. When I've flown this mission with a GCI, I've gone like 2-0 repeatedly, but when I've flown it by myself with no wingman, no GCI, I just get dropped on all the time. The situational awareness in the MiG-21 is so bad. So bad. Which server? Cold War. Alpenwolves. 1947 to 1991. My favorite server. First DCS server I played in, back when I started playing DCS, and the one I've spent the most time in, probably. The only problem is it usually doesn't populate until weird hours of the morning for me because of time zones. It's mostly Europeans that play on here. The Americans won't play anything where they don't get to use their fancy data links and AIM-120s. Why is my frame rate in DCS shit now? Because it's DCS. I don't know. Could be any number of reasons. Mine isn't the best at the moment either. Mine gets worse when I'm near trees. But it's not my frame rate. It's like my frame rate's good. It's that it's like surging and then stopping and surging and stopping. It's really weird. Like, I don't know if it's a CPU bottleneck maybe or something, but it's strange, put it that way. Looks like everyone's starting to get on now, though. We're slightly outnumbered. I just like to point out, this module came out in what, 2015, 2014, 2015, something like that? We have an anti-ice button that doesn't work because DCS still doesn't simulate canopy icing. This has been part of this module since it released, but the functionality just isn't there in DCS. Big sad. Big sad. I see you, Jebs. The more the merrier. I really wish more people played on here, like, through the day my time, because if this server was populated around the clock, I would probably not play anywhere else. Maybe DDCS occasionally. But this place is just so good. Trolling Thunder's pretty good too, it's just I've never seen other people on there except for once. And you know, I had fun on there, it's just I didn't get to experience the server the way it was meant to work, because there were only a handful of us on and we were mostly fucking around trying to gun kill each other. Apparently turning on the Vigans radar still nukes my frame rate, yeah, sounds about right. coming in on final from the other end. My SRS isn't working at the moment, so no. I do need to get it fixed. I'm not sure what's wrong with it. It just doesn't seem to... I mean, I might launch it and see if it works, but it wasn't working last time I tried, put it that way. It just, like, I can connect to the server, I just never hear anyone on comms, and I don't think they can hear me. See if it behaves itself. Metric. I use whatever's native to the aircraft, so metric in the MiG-21. Radio check. I think that's my push to talk, or is it still... I don't remember. I should probably check that. Radio check. See, I'm not hearing the clicks or anything for the mic. 164, 90 kilometers. It's lurking around here somewhere. Go back up.
21-й, 105-й, 5 остановок.
105-й, 21-й. Одиночная группа. 1-4-1. Удаление 140. На 8000. Дистанция не меняется.
I see a contrail. I'm assuming that's a friendly. God knows what he's doing up there. Saving fuel, I guess. Nine for 25 kilometers. And my music bot just decided to shit its pants. 353. Yeah, he's in this fucking... Oh, 3,500. He might just be above the clouds now. Why is my music bot doing this? Play or don't. Make your mind up. Out of the clouds. Out of the clouds. He's at 4,000 meters? Yeah, he's just slightly above the cloud layer then. He's probably dropping in and out of a valley somewhere down here. Well, he left that other MiG alone. Three, four, 5, 6. Down there. He's fucking down there. Oh! Okay. There he is. Sneaky fucker. Glad I was looking in the right direction to catch that. Jesus. Fucking sneaky. I might linger around a bit until my fuel becomes a concern. I should be right for a while. Can't see shit with Rift S. Well, occupational hazard of VR. That's one reason I don't... Oh my god. Right. Well. The odds are almost even. We have a very target-rich environment here. Well, remember what happened last time they stacked the team 7 against 1, Josh? Remember what happened then? And this time I've learned from my mistake. This time I go for the rear group, not the front group. And I watch my airspeed when I dive for the deck so I don't flame out. Just playing on here on the Catch Me If You Can mission the other day, and it was 7 on 2, but the other MiG-21 was RTB. So it was basically 7 on 1. One group of 3 and then a group of 4 which split into 2 groups. I managed to come right up underneath the group of 3, pulled into their formation and pop 1, 2, 3 with the R60s. The other guys caught up with me because I was trying to air start my engine as I dived away to try and escape them. I actually, when I go through the tac view in that, we'll talk about it more, but if I hadn't made a particular hard turn thinking they were closer than they were, I would have got away from them, even with the air start. Oh, there we go. Pop up 167 for 90 at 1,000. So he's probably just taken off. Want me to hop on in all my glory? Feel free, man, by all means. If you want to jump in, do it. The MiG-21 actually isn't too harsh on the fuel at this altitude. If you just chill out, don't use the burner. So just loitering like this is actually not bad at it. Scared should work on my essay. Well, I mean, if the essay is due anytime soon, then probably do that. But even if you're scared, hop on anyway. AV8 and F8 leaving to DC, if only. I cannot wait for the Corsair. It's going to be awesome. Both to fly against in this and to fly myself. Should be a real good matchup for the MiG-21, actually. Like, a really, really good matchup for it. It's due on Wednesday. Work on your essay, dude. Holy shit. Definitely work on the essay. Oh, they're climbing. They're climbing. Come to me, my pretties. .160. I'll just chill out over here. I can abuse the terrain as well. The MiG-21's really good at that. Especially because it can pull such ridiculous AOA without stalling. You can basically have the nose pointing one direction and be going another completely different direction, and you can use it to bait people into the ground. I do that occasionally. It used to be my main defense against F5s if they got on my tail. It kind of still is. It does work, and it's always hilarious when it does. 165, 470. Understoodable. I literally just cleaned my monitor before the stream and I've already got dust on it. God damn it. I'll do another orbit here just to waste some time while they get closer.
Срочно, сны приближали наших точно. Мы летаем денно-ночь, на свой вечный риск и страх. Наношу в планшете метку, там в
171 for 38.
Нам поставлена задача еще нам удачи. Мы торопимся иначе, там полежит целый взвод. Запускаюсь без газовки техник, в старенькой спецовке, хлопный бок по загонцовке, погорча и полный взлет.
Contact. Times 2. Harriers above me, F5's Coel. He's got his jammer on. Onikan, thanks for the follow. See him. I think we just lost lock, I'm not sure. That was a hit. He's still flying though, so it wasn't a good enough hit. Oh, in the clouds. Out of the clouds, please. I lost sight. Five's behind. Yep, I see him. There's the F5. Shit. He gunned me. I was trying to force an overshoot and it just didn't work. Should have gone for the F5 first. Those Harriers survived so many missiles. I feel like the Harrier's damage model needs some serious work. The number of times I've hit one 2 or 3 times and it's just kept flying as if nothing's wrong with it. Because I'm pretty sure it didn't detonate on him, it fused near him though. It should have fucked him up. Oh well, back up we go.
Перезарядка по плану. Принял.
Yeah, I probably should have gone for the F5 first in hindsight. Problem is the Harrier has the better missiles, but the F5 is actually more of a threat in air-to-air, just because he can maneuver better. So it's kind of 6 to 1, a dozen to the other. Prioritizing targets when I've got a lot of them in front of me is my main problem. Something I need to work on. What's the song about? It's about the Su-25, Grach. It's literally called Flight of the Grach. Flight of the Rook. It's got a really awesome video too. It's like they got art that the different squadrons did, and then they've got a lot of footage from Chechnya. Like from the gun cameras and stuff. Graci прилетели. Yeah, remind me in Discord. I'll send you a link to it. Hit a song it doesn't want to play, apparently. Sometimes it doesn't load fully unless I tab out. I don't know why. Oh, this is a good one for flying into MiG. First song, well, whistled in space. Need to leave now, maybe till later, have fun. Thanks, man. That was definitely some useful GCIing, believe me. I would never have known those guys were there otherwise. Thank you very much. Man, the server is filling up. This is good. Not sure which is the next mission. I understand a little bit Kartoffel. I'm not fluent by any means, and I can read and write it better than I can speak it. It's really weird. Like, I think it's an effect of living in Australia for so long. I know how the language is supposed to sound. I know how individual accents are supposed to sound from areas, but I can't get my stupid, dumbass, fucking Boganese-speaking tongue to get around it. Like, I used to speak, like, tolerable French. I can't even do that anymore. It's like the Australian accent is mutually incompatible with any other fucking accent or any other language on Earth. It's terrible. Terrible, terrible, terrible.
7-5. Удаление 80 на 500. Сближайтесь.
Mention just memorizing which switches not to flick. Which ones would that be? It's probably quicker if you just watch my startup and don't flick the ones I don't. So these two, you only really need if you've got the Reupload pods on. This one is for the training gun camera, which gets in the way, so don't flick that. That one is for the fixed beam radar, don't flick that. That's for transponder modes, don't change that. That one's already on, don't touch that. Yeah, there's not many. Like, most of the stuff on the left panel other than those two and the RSBN you don't touch. Yeah, fixed beam is, you can kind of use it for gun ranging. It's for air to ground mostly. It also does work with the Grom, although technically the MiG-21 BIS should not have the Grom. It was done as like a concession for giving it a bit more for the players to play with. In real life, the 21 BIS never carried the Grom. I believe they modified like a single MiG-21 PFM to test it, but it was specifically a weapon for the MiG-23 and things like the Su-17. The BIS couldn't carry it, it wasn't wired for it at all. And the radar shouldn't be able to support it either, just the way the radar functions. It shouldn't be able to support the Grom. It needs a very specific radar type. $171 for 45. Seriously? Fucking let's go. Yep, 171 for 45. He's on his way home. Radar's still not warmed up yet.
Отказ систем. Смотри экран.
21. 102. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель.
Удаление 45 на 500. Расходитесь.
21. 107. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель. 21. 113. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель. 21. 102. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель.
Sorry about that, guys. Sometimes Discord fucks over my microphone configuration. Needless to say, I was shitting myself throughout that entire fight.
Дайте курс на ближайшую цель.
This is 2.5.6 point whatever the fuck. 153 for 12. Oh, you're kidding me. It's a big one. Has to be. Fuel state's okay. I'm out of countermeasures. Weapons are okay.
21. 102. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель. 21. 113. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель.
Shit. This fucking vegan is sneaky as all hell. Real ambush predator, 203 for... Wait, no, hang on. What the fuck is going on over here? That's the 21. He just got hit by something though.
21.
Sure, that's a 21. Yeah, it is. 191 for 23. Guarantee there's something closer than that. What the fuck hit him?
21.
I'm out of countermeasures, so if I get shot at, I have to hope it just misses by geometry. 251 for 4. Oh, fuck.
Дайте курс на ближайшую цель.
013 for 5. It's down here somewhere.
108. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель. 21. 113. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель.
333 for 4. He's down under the clouds, I think. This is risky as fuck, but we'll try it.
21. 107. Дайте курс.
69 for 4.
113. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель.
I see you, you piece of shit!
21. 108. Дайте курс на ближайшую.
And he just went up into the cloud. Fuck, I can't get him on radar. I know he's in front of me somewhere.
13. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель.
Radar, please. 225. This fucking guy.
21-й, 108-й, дайте курс ближайшую цель. 21-й, 113-й, дайте курс ближайшую цель.
One minute left on the mission. I'm probably not going to find him before the mission ends. Not least because the other guys... Oh, yep, there we go. Ah... So close. I saw him just as he went up through the cloud, and then I couldn't lock him with the radar, so I couldn't pick him back up. No worries, Prey. I've still got to do the fuel tank and pylons and stuff, but hopefully I'll be able to do that fairly soon. Oh, it's catch me if you can. Oh, baby. Should we go 105? Hey, Nico.
Перезарядка по плану. Прием!
Hey, Auntie. Oops, that's not what I want to do. That's what I want to do. I forgot which plane I was in for a moment there. There's no RSB in here, so won't bother setting it. I don't remember what the arc is for here. I think it's like 212 or something. It's not even for this, it's just for this area. Yeah, sector 212 is close enough.
Thought that never changes, remains a stupid lie. It's never been quite the same. No hearing or breathing, no movement, no color, just silence.
Is the new patch still crashing DCS? I'm not having any issues with it. Well, I am having issues, but not crash issues.
Shall remain.
They're nothing too severe, especially on this server. I haven't had problems. I've had some freezing on Growling Sidewinder server, but other than that, it's been pretty good. I think that's everything. Yep. Oh, target-rich environment. That's what I like to see. Why did DCS tell me to install the Su-27 and F-15? Yeah, that's a bit odd. Very odd, actually. My frames are a little stuttery at the moment, I'm not sure why. Usually they're not bad on this mission. Might be better once I'm off the ground. I think it might be the fog doing it. Yeah, it could be the mod. I'm running the A4 mod at the moment, and the F22 mod, Granelli's one, and I haven't had any issues. I've flown the A4 on this stream without any issues. Granelli's F22 I haven't tried out yet, but it's installed and it's not causing problems. Yeah, it could be related to that, actually. water. Might actually need to restart DCS. It might just be memory leaking or something. We'll see how it goes. If it doesn't, like if performance doesn't improve after this flight, then I'll restart the game real quick. Shouldn't take long. And I'll be straight back on this server. Man, there's so many people joining. But see, I'm pretty sure they're all European players, because this server's empty during US prime time. During European prime time, though, it's standing room only. AWACS, talk to me. 113 for 80. He's right off the nose. It's probably going to come over the water. I don't even see him. Okay, it's the fog because the engine smoke, maybe. Depends if he's in burner or not. I like how these guys are calling for bogey dope and they're still back at the airbase. Like, bro, you don't need to know. You really don't need to know. I do. Come on, AWACS. Almost 650 now. Hopefully he picks up a little altitude, because I'd love to get him on the radar and then crucify him with an R3. 12. There he is. It's a big one. He's still flying, though. Head on merge. I'm done with you. Come here, you shit. Get nice and close. Make sure there's nobody else behind me. Might not have the energy. Follow it up with another if we have to. Bit too fast. Don't want to flame out. Jesus, he outran that one too? Well. Maybe he won't outrun that. It's got a bit more burn time, I think. Come on. Jesus Christ, how much speed does this guy have? Something else there. Ho! I don't know what that was. I don't want to know what that was. We're staying the fuck away from it. Might have been a... It wasn't from him, it was from something else. Okay, he's still flying. Alright, we're close, we're close. This'll be it. That's gonna surely get him. Yeah, there it is. Something fell off. He's dead. We are RTB. Get rid of the drag. Fucking Vigans, man, they're so hard to catch. So fucking hard to catch. Oh shit. I got another one after me. Just keep the speed on. Don't have to worry about fuel, we're good on fuel. We're just gonna burn all the way home. That is 2 ups in front of us. There's friendly air defense down there, I think. Fucking hell, man. 35 kilometers behind me, bearing down on me. Just pop some flares, because I think there are some enemy infantry around here that might have stingers. I don't know what the fuck that missile was. It was a missile, and it was out of energy. Flashed past my cockpit. It might have been a Hawk, although I would have got a lock tone. Maybe there was an F5 lurking around. It was an A9, I don't know. Wasn't the Vigan, unless he jettisoned a store and it came back at me. It looked like a missile though. I'm pretty sure it was a missile. Yeah, that is kind of the point of a Vigan. It's just irritating because I have to try and catch them and it's very difficult to do. Okay, I don't think this guy's going to catch me unless it's a Vigan as well. I should easily outrun an F5. They've only got the one Vigan and it is Dibbo. Wait, no it's not. It's Flower. I expected that to be Dibbo. Just come across this on Steam today, all flight combat. Yep. DCS is all about air combat. Air to ground as well. Transport, if you're into that, you can get the Huey or the Mi-8 helicopters. World War II through to the modern stuff. Wireless mouse, thanks for the follow. I'm kind of hoping, like, no joke, I'm kind of hoping they add fixed wing transport too, just because it'd be really good for something like DDCS, and it might bring some guys over from the Civi flight sims to DCS, because you can't get this kind of environment with a Civi transport anywhere else. What you got on the headset? That's my track IR. So I've got a camera next to my webcam which sees infrared, and these 3 LEDs, it picks up where they are, and it uses their position relative to each other to triangulate where I'm looking. So I move my head, and it moves my head in-game. Yeah, there's combined arms as well, which is ground vehicles, but it's kind of rudimentary. Most of what DCS is about is air combat. It's primarily Jet Age, although they are branching into World War II as well. And you really haven't lived until in a full fidelity simulator as well. So not like War Thunder, but a full fidelity simulator. You shot down like a Hornet or an F-16 with a Spitfire. It's just so satisfying. Right, we should be getting pretty close to home by now. I think we've left our pursuer behind. It's just holding this thing at pegged at 1300 the whole way. Whew. We're all good. You're in luck. There is a free weekend coming up. You get to try the, I think it's the F-15 Su-27. So the F-15 and the Su-27 are both Flaming Cliffs 3 level. So what that is Flaming Cliffs 3 was like the version, not the version I guess, but like the game that the same developers made before they made this full-on sim. So you can't click stuff in the cockpit like I can with this, but you do have like proper flight models and things like that, and the weapons are modeled. Yeah, I use a HOTAS, so hands on throttle and stick. I've got a stick and a throttle separate. I've got rudder pedals as well. You don't need super expensive ones. I mean, obviously they help, but like I've just got cheaper rudder pedals, which are half broken anyway. It's enough to get by. Should be Galenjik off the nose there, that city, just on the little spit of land poking out. Any recommendations? For a stick, I'm probably not the best person to ask. I don't know what the budget stick market's like anymore. If you want to go all out, like if you really enjoy the game and want to go all out, something like either a Warthog, although be warned the build quality can be a bit iffy, or a Verpal setup, like the Verpal T50 or something. As for if you decide to get into the game modules, it depends on what you're interested in. Hey Saber. Throw the boards out. Throw a couple nice sharp turns to get rid of some speed. Classic Galenjik approach. Sweating bullets. Even I sweat bullets on this runway. It's very short. sure the chute's out. It is. We are good. Well, that was an interesting flight. Jesus. Be warned, this is highly addictive. This game is like... Once I started playing it, the amount of sunlight I've received has just dropped off a cliff. Like, it's so addictive. Yeah, there are man-pads, Dibbo. Rest in peace. It's the Russian version of TACAN called RSBN. Don't ask me what it stands for, I don't know. I'm guessing the last word is Navigatia. Probably, I don't know what RS is, but probably BN is like Blizhny Navigatia or something like close range navigation. Catch up on chat while I'm getting rearmed and refueled. Stuff like carrier landings and aerial refueling, if you're into that, yeah, like there's a lot in this game. A lot. There we go. Radiotechnicheskaya система ближняя навигация. Aha! I was right about two words out of it. But yeah, that makes sense. Jesus! Fucking hell, son. That's what we call a shit-hot departure. Holy fuck. I think he may have tail scraped on that. I don't know if that was radar. I think that was just pulling too hard on the stick. I don't think I've actually ever seen somebody use radar in multiplayer. Except me when I did it as a meme once, and it ended terribly. Because I trimmed for a normal takeoff and neglected to realize that Rato trim and normal takeoff trim, two very different things. The plane just went straight up and then tail strike assisted takeoff. Yeah, he just slaps the tail down and pushes the nose up with all that extra force. Jesus, that was crazy. I think I'm just about good to go. Yep. It's still, like, my frame rate's still a bit iffy on my end. I don't know if it's coming through the stream. But I'm not going to bother restarting DCS. It should be good enough to fly. Should be alright. Hey, Tarn. Cold War's jumping if you want in. There's actually... there were more people on earlier, but it should fill out again pretty shortly, I reckon. Yeah, you need a pretty good PC to run VR on this. As well as that, there are some trade-offs. So VR, for instance, because the resolution's not quite there yet on VR headsets, it can be difficult to read some of the instruments or labels in the cockpit, and it can sometimes be difficult to tell who's who, because you might see a pixel but you can't tell if it's friendly or enemy. I have better resolution to work with, but I don't have the peripheral vision and the sense of motion that you get with VR. So it's kind of a trade-off, 6 to 1, half a dozen to the other. As well, as a streamer, track IR is better. Just because VR is really, like, the output on the stream is really wobbly, so it makes you seasick if you watch it for too long. And again, the resolution is an issue. But there are quite a few DCS streamers who do stream in VR, so if you want to see what it looks like to watch them stream it, and get an idea for the resolution, even if you can't quite get the same, you know, peripheral vision and sense of motion and stuff, it's worth checking them out. Zero. That'll be a Vigan. On the deck. Immersion's awesome, mainly for the depth perception. Low flying's awesome. Yeah, I get that impression. Grumpy Finn really likes low-level flying in the Mirage, and I can guess why. It must look amazing to him. Like, watching him do it, even on his stream output, is impressive, but for him it must be incredible. Thanks for follow, DBG. One, 2, 6 for 90. He'll be over the water, and he's absolutely in the drink. Like, That has to be a big one. There's nothing else that flies that low over the water on here. Well, the not enough buttons thing depends on what module you fly as well. Like for the MiG-21, you don't need many. I've only bound like 5 things, and probably only 2 of them I actually need to have bound. So, it really depends what you're into. Yeah, I love the Falcon 4 music. I mean, for me as well, it's because I grew up playing it, but this track in particular is just, oh. This is the remix version they use in BMS, I think. That's not for me. I think mine's still 126-ish. One, 2, 8, 45. That is a AJS 37 for fucking dead sure. He's trying to hit our ships. I can't see him yet, but he'll be off my nose somewhere. Well, he's faded off the picture, which is not good. Either he crashed... He might have crashed into the water. Don't know. Just gotta watch he isn't trying to sneak around me and put a missile up my backside. 7 for 40. Right off the nose. I see something. Very faintly. Very fucking faintly. Oh, there's 2. That's an oil platform out at Sochi, I think. That is an exhaust plume. Right there. Just lost sight of him, but oh, no I haven't. 40-kilometer spot, easy. Problem is, as he gets lower over the water, he sinks into the haze and I lose him. He's still too low for the radar to pick up, so we can't use the R3s, we're going to have to use the R60s, which is just fine. Okay, now we've got a definite smoke trail off the nose. Yeah, he's hitting the ships. There he is. Keep the nose on him. You can actually see him properly now. Solid hit. That was an F5. Let's make sure there's nothing else lingering around here. 295 for 6. Right here. I saw it on radar for a second. I don't see it visually, but I saw it on radar. Unless that was his wreck, but I don't think it was. 075 for 11. Might have been his wreck. Contact! Oh, you silly, silly thing. Oh, never mind, he's behind the mountain. I was going to say, why are you flying that high? Suicide against a MiG-21. It's probably going to track left to my north. 215 for 4. Oh, shit. Seriously? Behind me. I can see him. Dead, son. Didn't see it. Fuel state. Eh. Might want RTB. 144 for 3. Fuck. I'm out of flares. Come on. Might have been his wreck that got called, I don't know. Or just evade for a little longer just in case. Should be okay. I don't understand how people get all pumped about BVR when you can do this instead. Oh Jesus fuck, he's right behind me. Come on radar, warm back up quickly. See anything. Radar's back. Right there! Right off the nose. Oh shit, it's not gonna make the turn. Where is he?
21. 105. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель.
I swear I just saw something cross my nose. I swear I just saw a dot in front of me. Well, he's not behind me at least. AWACS doesn't see him. I should have held on to that R60 until I was behind him. He started turning too sharply. Like, if he kept on his course, it would have killed him. Would have smacked him right in the face. But he just started turning too sharply and it would never have made that turn. Not at that range. Just trying to complicate things for him if he is trying to get a missile shot. Closest thing AWACS sees is 30 kilometers away. I'm gonna hope that's him and he lost sight and turned for home. I don't think that's what happened, but that's what I'm hoping has happened. Radar back off, we're not gonna need it, even if we're in a guns fight. Fucking paranoid now. 3-5. I don't see anything trailing me, so I should be okay. God, I'm so lucky I got away with that. Should be close enough to home that we don't need to worry about fuel. In fact, that is home out there, I think. We're just past it. So we're pretty close. Once I'm on the ground, I'll be able to catch up with chat. I've also got to plug my phone charger back in. Otherwise, I won't be able to read what you guys are saying. Nearly home. Might be able to catch up a bit here. Is anyone not having ground targets pop in until only a couple hundred meters out? I have not noticed. What I have noticed is that ground targets are just as affected by the moonlight glint as air targets. So you'll see individual ground units from 100 kilometers or more away as like a single white pixel on the ground, and then as you get closer, the white pixel disappears. I spotted like a whole shitload of units in DCS like that last night, and it's kind of broken. Like, the night lighting is gorgeous, but they need to drop it by a shade or two, and they need to get rid of that moonlight effect or really, really dim it down so you only see it when you're right on top of something. Ismrud can lock stuff in Beam Road at any height, and R3R can still receive guidance in this mode. I'd be worried if a MiG-19 was shooting R3Rs at me. If you mean the sub theater, yeah, I know, but I have to be able to pick them out first. That's the issue, is the ground clutter. Like, the ground clutter is so thick at this altitude, and unless they're further out, you might pick them up further out. Like, every now and then you'll see when I'm right on the deck, I see something flash on the radar and then disappear the next sweep, and it's because they're just high enough and just far enough away that it can see past the ground clutter and like it's catching them in the upper part of the beam. But generally speaking, I won't even attempt to use the R3Rs below about probably 10,000 feet. Gotcha, Dibbo. Gotcha. And yeah, I would second this being more of a hobby than a game. Definitely. You gotta invest a fair amount of money in it if you really, like, get sort of hooked on it like I have. It is an expensive hobby. It's not quite as expensive as actually flying, but it gets a bit close at times. But if this is what you're into and you enjoy this kind of thing, it's worth it, honestly. Really worth it. Best thing to do is get something simple like the F5. I knew you would say the F5. How did I guess? But yeah, no, he's right. Something like the F5 or the MiG-21, or, I mean, the Hornet, if you're into the modern stuff, isn't a bad choice, but something that's relatively easy to pick up. You know, and something that's going to keep you happy for a while. I tend to recommend the F5 or the MiG-21 to new players, just because I think that getting into a fly-by-wire aircraft as your first DCS aircraft is not a very good idea, from my perspective. But if you've got a lot of experience with, like, World War II sims or whatever, it doesn't matter. It's a perfectly fine idea then. It's just for the new guys who haven't really done much flight simming. Because if they get straight into a fly-by-wire aircraft, it's going to cause some very, very bad habits, which are then going to bring them unstuck when they get into the other aircraft. Particularly things like the Tomcat or this. Full flaps, gear is down. Yeah, I would advise against FC3 as well. Honestly, like, even if you're new to flight sims, it doesn't really tell you anything about what the game is about. Oh god. Whereas the full fidelity modules, you know, are very much what DCS is centered around. That could have been very ugly. Always fucking Gelendzhik this happens at. Always Gelendzhik. I don't know what it is about this airport. But there's always somebody taking off or landing in the opposite direction to me, right in the middle of the runway. So it is actually a good thing that I habitually land off-center, I guess. Yeah, I'd fight anything with the F-15 too, because the F-15 will kill anything in the game. Without really even having to strain itself. Please don't tell me someone's going to do a taxiway takeoff now. He is, but in the other direction. What the fuck? That absolute mad lad. I think it's the same one that I saw before. Who is this lunatic? I'm gonna have to check that in TAC view later. It's probably the Russian guy. It's probably Schumer. What an absolute nutcase. Holy fuck. Alright, bear with me guys. I've got to quickly go plug my phone charger in so my battery doesn't die, because I'm planning on this being a fairly long stream. I probably shouldn't hang over in front of the camera. I'm sure somebody will clip that. Fucking weirdos on Twitch, I swear. Yeah, that's true. That was at Minvodi. So it's not always Galenjik, it's just usually Galenjik. Hopefully this is still hot. Kind of forgot I had this. Hey Max. One of the nice things about the MiG-21, fast turnarounds. Doesn't take long to refuel and rearm. Unlike certain aircraft. Flanker. Oh fuck yeah, that's still really hot. Nice. I mean, speak for yourself, Saber. I can. But yeah, no, I get what you mean. That one trips a lot of people up. Fuck, even Ralphie can't pronounce that, and Ralphie's Polish. Another landing. Oh, oh, oh. Bit floaty. There we go. First kill of the day, nicely done. Oh, Cuban skin, nice. Yeah, I learned the alphabet when I was quite young. My best friend in primary school was Russian. So I learned the alphabet pretty young, but I'm not even close to fluent. I understand a few words. That's about it. Like, I can kind of figure out what a basic sentence might say from context, from, like, the 2 words I do know. Sorry about me fidgeting. This happens every time I get up. At some point during those last few flights, we pulled over 10G. The wing bolts may be slightly bent out of shape. It's fine. What the technician doesn't know won't hurt him. Achoo! Oh, look at that. We pulled 0G. Hey, Lux. Long time no see, buddy. Is he off the runway yet? No, he's not. Oh god, please tell me he's actually... I can't fucking tell anymore. He looks like he's getting bigger. We're gonna go over the left side of the runway to take off. Oh, that would explain why I was having trouble taxiing. Still had the nose wheel brake on. Yeah, that was the guy that just landed, I think. There is a secondary G meter under the hood specifically for sneezes like that? Fuck. I knew it wasn't that simple. God damn it. Wish I could fly right now. Oh man, yeah. It gets you bad, doesn't it? If I'm away from the PC for more than a day or two, I start getting cravings. It's terrible. It's so fucking sad. Oh, you're on blue, are you? Oh my god, yes. Very target-rich environment. Oh, baby. My legs decided to lose all feeling after I stood up out of bed yesterday for 5 seconds, ended up pulling something above my right knee. Oh, shit, dude. Well, hope it heals over fast. Knees are just a prick. I'm so sick of my knees. The day that Deus Ex Human Revolution becomes real, and there's like robot legs I can get on the cheap that are better than human legs, these motherfuckers are going. They're getting lopped off. I'm done with them. Just say hi to CJ for a bit, see you later. Say hi for me as well. Tell him to come in his MiG-19. Jump in his MiG-19 and come in here. Be in the grape skin, blue and light blue splash pattern. Understood. I am in the 185th Guards Fighter Aviation Regiment. So, 4-tone. That's kind of important. I should probably not forget to arm the gun. I mean, you say that, Max, but I'm already dependent on this kind of drug. So, and this one actually, tea as well. Fuck, if I go without tea for more than a couple of hours, I get really bad headaches. Oh, everyone's leaving. Man, we're outnumbered. This should be good fun. Yeah, same here, Lux. The only thing I take is painkillers, just like normal over-the-counter painkillers. Want to wait for 70. You ever had kidney stones from having too much tea? Not that I'm aware of. Maybe there's some still in there, but I've never passed any. Which of these is my closest? 114 for 40. Oh, you motherfucker. Is the radar seriously still not back on? That's gonna complicate things somewhat. Bruh. For 22 on the deck. Radar, please. Why do you do this to me? Let's trim this thing a little better. Keeps jumping up on me. Where the fuck did he just go? Fuck. I just cranked for all I was worth there and immediately lost sight of him. 3-8 for 3. Do not see this guy at all. This fucking F5, dude. This fucking F5, what a madman. I think he just scraped his wing off on the ground. Jesus fuck. Was that you, Dibbo? Shit, there's another. I think he's still good. Sort of. Like, he's still flying, put it that way. Start conserving my flares. I don't know who else is here with us. Ah, fuck! Right as I say it. And he was dead. Motherfucker. Motherfucker. He kept me distracted just long enough for the second guy. Ah. That's why I need a wingman or a GCI. I need eyes in the back of my head to make 21. Unfortunately, Max, the only thing that's being ninjaed into place here is bans on cash transactions over 10 grand because the government wants to make sure it can control everybody's money expenditure. It was done under the guise of protecting against crime and money laundering. And I'm sure they're going to push through some really nasty immigration shit because of the whole coronavirus thing as well. And a few extra measures for the police to fuck with people. Peter Dutton's got coronavirus though, which is great. I hope they send him to fucking Christmas Island, prick. What was it, 212, I think. We can only hope that he gave it to fucking Scummo before he went into isolation.
21-й, 103-й. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель.
Hey, Gun. That is the result of me not giving a fuck. That is what that is, Gun. Okay, that's all set. Trim. GCI incoming? Ooh, excellent. My SRS isn't working at the moment though, so I've been using Discord for it mostly. Not sure what's up with my SRS though. Yeah, I'm on Discord now, on my one. Why is everyone... No! No, the other end is the active end. What are you doing? Why? Whatever, we'll go with him, I guess. Hello. Oh my god. Is he... Oh, no, he's just fast taxiing. I thought it was a crazy guy gonna send it off the taxiway again.
Hey, Ross.
Hey, hey. Yeah, it seems my teammates have decided they randomly want to change which end of the runway they're using. So I have to bear that in mind when I RTB next. Just radio it out of the parking ramp? Somebody did earlier. Like, there's some guy that's just nuts. Absolutely nuts. You missed it, Gurn. Somebody literally did that. It's fucking crazy. Oh, there goes the tail stand. Ah, this chair keeps moving on me.
21-й, 107-й. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель.
Yeah, I will. I definitely will.
Okay, Ross. New track F5 130 45 miles at 1000.
Turn my music down a little so I can hear better.
Let me know if you wanna the block hold in kilometers or in...
Kilometers would be good. I mean, I can do either, but I've got the aircraft in metro.
Okay. How can you change from mile?
For the GCI,
The enemy F5 will take miles.
I think you have to go out to the main menu.
All right.
Yeah, the enemy F5 will take miles if you don't mind.
All right. Give me a second. I'll be back.
I'd say that's that target there. Oh, 3 kilometers? Oh my god, there's one at fucking 3,000 meters. Yes, please. I love it when they do this. Because this means I get to use my radar. And my radar-guided missiles, which the F5s are very bad at getting away from. They tend not to realize that they've been shot at with an R3 and they try and flare away from it. Doesn't work.
Alright, Ross. Nearest threat F5 120 70 kilometers at 1000 hot.
120, 70, 1000. According to AWACS, he's got a friend slightly further back and off to the right from my perspective, way up in space, relatively speaking. On this server, 3 kilometers altitude is in space.
Yeah, AWACS, no shit I merged. So the question is with what?
You want to know what you merged with? Too bad.
Yeah, so I'm also fly by my canopy, one evasive into the sun, and
I love when you see them go past the canopy. It's so great.
the only reason that happened was because I was like, huh, what's the bad feeling about this? Cranked hard. Sure enough, this one fly.
Cosmem F5 115 45 kilometers at 2000 hot.
See him yet.
Cosmem update. Threats to ship. Lead group 120 30 kilometers at 4000 F5 beam in. Trail group F5 120 40 kilometers at
Contact.
100 beam in right.
He's dropped down. Lost him on the radar. Had one on radar for a moment. He's dropped down. Oh, correction. There's now 2. Looks like he's engaging a friendly.
FM Rosmum F5 on your nose 20 kilometers at 3800 being engaged by a friendly MiG. And he's dead.
And
Rosmum friendly MiG-21 nose 14 kilometers 3000. Rosmum nearest threat F5 2 ship. First ship 135 40 kilometers at on the deck cold. Second guy at 120 55 kilometers 2300 flank right. Osman, for a ball, what friendly 2 bandits, 125, 40 kilometers, first bandit 1000 meters, second bandit 100. Osman, nearest threat F5, 115, 33 kilometers at 1400. Second F5, 125, 30 kilometers, 700.
See some of the ships over the water.
Osman, update F5, 2 ship, bearing 105, 20 kilometers, 1500. Length. Osman, update 080, 14 kilometers, 700 and 1090.
What's the range on those guys?
Wasmim 050, 6 kilometers, 600 and 400. Thank you, left.
Tally. Holy fuck. What have I got myself into here?
And also be advised, the third F5 coming in from 6 o'clock, 10 kilometers.
That's an F5 trying to kill a MiG.
Wasmim F5, 155, 6 kilometers at 700. Keep coming right, bearing 180, 6 kilometers, 1300. On your nose now, 2 kilometers, 2000.
No
On your
joy.
6 o'clock now. Alright, scratch that, leave in. Go for 240, 5 kilometers, 700. .270, 4 kilometers, 600. Banking right.
Please be an F5. It is.
Yep. Brosman 070, 7 kilometers, 600. Keep coming right, 080, 7 kilometers, 600. On your nose, 5 kilometers, 500. Merged, passing your 9 o'clock, 1 kilometer, 400. Cold.
Tally. Fuck, that was a hell of a pull. That would have been a fucking 10G right there. It's not really the kind of fight you want to get the MiG-21 into. Please don't reverse. Please hold that turn. Hold that turn. Yeah, baby. Fucking hold it. Oh shit, he did. No, he didn't reverse. What the fuck? What? Oh, he's lagged out. Target's disconnected. Right as I was about to kill him,
Hey,
too.
Yeah, good job there.
Oh, it's
Alright.
Dibbo.
Picture looks clean at the moment. Scratch that. Pop up vegan at 085, 80 kilometers, 80 kilometers, 1,600. It's tracking north.
Hey, 20 wasn't doing work. I see like 3 guys at the ground.
I think that was one of the most productive flights I've had in a while.
It was like 3 MiG-21s with you there, Ross, against 3 F5s, and you killed all 3 F5s.
I'm lucky the second guy I couldn't see against the water, but the R60 saw him and started giving tone. So I quickly looked where my nose was pointed and spotted him.
Yeah. Okay, current picture, 2 groups for you, Ross. First group, vegan, 075, 70 kilometers, 800, flanking left, tracking northwest. The second hostile, F5, 135, 70 kilometers, 70 kilometers, 1000 hot.
What kind of speed's the vegan doing?
He's doing 760.
Of course he is. Oh, wait, is that in kilometers an hour or?
Yep,
Okay.
everything in kilometers.
Yeah, I'll go for him then. I'll be RTB fuel and missiles after this. How far am I from Gelendzhik at the moment?
Right now, from Gelendzhik, 136 kilometers.
And he's heading basically towards it, right?
Right now, he's changing course. He's tracking north towards Micah. Rosman, vegan, 065, 44 kilometers, 800, tracking northeast.
I'm about to ask a really fucking stupid question. What is the length of our road runway for the L-39s compared to Gelendzhik's main runway?
For the altitude now, what do you mean? Which airbase?
There should be a road base. There's like a cluster of units to the northeast. That's a road base for the L-39s. They have one for the Vigans as well. I'm just wondering what the length is.
I don't know where that is.
Alright, never mind. So I'm just thinking...
Rossman,
Go ahead.
vegan faded. Last seen heading 060, 25 kilometers, Angels 800.
Press a little further in. If I don't see him, I'll turn around and head back for fuel.
Copy.
This probably won't pick him up. But we'll try it. No, but there's units around it. Like, there should be units around it. I think there's a truck and a couple of infantry. So they should show up on the map.
Rossman, pop-up vegan, 030, 8 kilometers at 600, beam inlet. Rossman, 350, 11 o'clock, 5 kilometers, 500, cold.
oversteered a bit.
Awesome. On your nose now, 3 kilometers, 400 cold.
No joy.
11 o'clock, 3 kilometers.
Figured out why the picture's so clean for you guys. Got one of the 20.
11 o'clock, 3 kilometers, 400 cold. 1 o'clock now, 2 kilometers, 500 cold. Three o'clock now, 2 kilometers, 400 cold. Nine o'clock now, 2 kilometers, 500 cold.
Cannot
Is
see
that
this
maneuver?
guy.
Heading 270, all you know is 3 kilometers, 300 cold.
Really, really struggling to... There he is. Tally! He says seconds before losing
He's
him.
really fast, he's doing 1100.
I just lost sight of him again.
Copy, he's at 280, 3 kilometers, 200. He's really low. At your 11 o'clock.
Still haven't got him back.
You got him?
No.
At your 11 o'clock, 4 kilometers, 350. Cold.
This is a one-way trip. No idea. I can't see him at all.
215, 4 kilometers, 400 cold.
Flame out.
At 11 o'clock, 4 kilometers, 400 stay cold.
Of course. This won't catch him, but fuck it. He's already behind the hill. Lucky fucker. Thankfully I have a lot of speed to play with. Won't keep me in the air very long though. And as... oh.
He's turning toward you now.
Well, he can if he
your,
wants. I've
11
got no
o'clock.
engine.
Alright.
Yeah, I got into a dogfight with one of your 21s, just taking off from the air base, probably about less than 10 miles out, still in the middle of my climb. Guy tried to ambush me, got into a dogfight with him, but I just did not have the energy to...
I wish I had Capto gloves so I could make rude gestures at him. I saw his smoke trail
yeah.
for like half a second and lost him again against the ground clutter. Let's inspect my landing.
Also, Ross, the F5s are going up against nothing of a cream of the crop. They got a bunch of fuel tanks. A couple of them at least.
No, I figured that from watching some of the TAC views from my recent sessions on here. They're not as smart as they seem from afar.
Yeah. Oh,
See, I actually did it the proper way that time. I didn't drop the nose wheel, but I did drop the air brakes. You're not supposed to let the belly dig in. Which is kind of counter to how I typically do belly landings, but it does work.
I forgot to move my throttle, so it decided to, once the engine fully started up, it decided to go to the position where it was, which was half an hour.
You might want to set Discord so it gives you like a second or two after you let go of push to talk, by the way. It's cutting you off.
Yeah, sorry about that. I forgot to reset my throttle after that dogfight
Probably should have got,
when I respawned.
got rid of the R3s.
So, once the engine got fully started up, it decided to go to F.
I love that.
The wall on the ground.
I've had that happen when I've been trying to like replug my rudder pedals so that it would unfuck them, and then suddenly I've sat back up after fiddling around with my USB hub, and oh my god, I'm afterburning across the fucking parking area.
Yeah, the
I'm
funny
quite proud of that
part
landing.
is the grass stops the F5 in anything but afterburner when it really should need to take off from it. Well, I wish it would work on the ground physics.
DCS, broken ground physics? Surely not.
I know, right?
When can I finally take off from grass in my MiG-21 without breaking the plane, ED?
I just want to be able to take off and land on grass in the actually do roadway stuff.
Hey, Actus. Thank you very much. I do try. I'm lucky that that patch of, like, that cleared patch was there, otherwise that would have been an injection straight into the forest. Very lucky I saw that. Past Magnitude 3. The thing is, though, it's not Magnitude 3's issue, it's DCS's fucked up ground physics. Well, I guess they could tweak it, like the Hornet, so it can take off on it, but you know what I mean? Like, just the way that DCS handles ground physics is fucked. Hornet can take off in snow, meanwhile, most aircraft can't even taxi on grass. It's really frustrating. The Hornet really shouldn't be able
Oh, please don't tell me my... Okay, they're on.
God, I'll never get tired of watching MiG-21s fly out. Beautiful plane.
Oh, you're fucking kidding.
What? Did you forget something
You
important?
gotta make 21 spawn camp your air.
I mean, to be fair, I was almost doing that the other day because the F5s wouldn't come to me, so I got sick of waiting for them.
Yeah, I can't blame me. Yeah, I'm not even 5 miles out. Holy shit. Do not have like a single hawk site on that entire airbase.
Went to the store today, toilet paper as far as the eye could see. I went yesterday and there were about 4 packets, like 4 packages of about 10 rolls each. Oh, this chair keeps moving. It's frustrating as fuck.
I'd offer to join you in the 21 so that you would learn it, but people are running out of the fun.
Funny thing is, your team actually still outnumbers us. It's like what happened last time. Blue outnumbered us, but we killed them so quickly they all
Where
started
is
quitting.
everyone?
Sitting on the ground with their dicks in their hands? I don't know.
Yeah, the issue is they're not here.
Apparently Stockholm has hoarding systems... hoarding issues? Where did I get systems from? But here it's fine. Yeah, no, we've had hoarding issues here, even in the country. Like, even if it's not the locals, and I suspect it is the locals, then people from Sydney are coming up and doing it. Like, fucking stupid. I mean, I'm not being a naughty boy. I'm not using the magical missiles, I'm using the M's. What, in terms of leaving it on for the entire engagement? See, I used to only use it when I absolutely needed it, so I'd only flip it on for a minute or two. But because it doesn't have any negative effect, I did get into the habit of just leaving it on whenever I'm in combat. I think everyone's using 9P5s at the moment, so there's that as well. Oh yeah, that's right, the fucking afterburner issue. Somebody asking for picture. I mean, I'll be honest with you though, from what I've seen of the average DCS F5 pilot, even if the afterburner wasn't an issue in the MiG-21, they'd still miss, because they wait until they're way too close to fire the AIM-9s, and they'll fire them right at the apex of your turn. When they, like, you're basically side onto them, they'll fire an AIM-9 at close range and miss. It seems to be like a habit of F5 pilots. They always fire their missiles way too early. Like, I've had times where I haven't even flared, I've just seen missiles miss behind me.
Nearest threat to
Because they're
ship.
too close.
Sabre F-86 100, 40 kilometers at 200 hat. The second threat, Vegan 170, 50 kilometers at 300 flank.
The Vegan's actually dangerous to our ground targets, so I might go for him.
Alright. Vegan 180, 40 kilometers, 300 flanking right. He's tracking north.
Wait, 40? Shit.
40 kilometers, yeah.
Radar's not even warmed up yet. Update for the Vegan.
200, 28 kilometers at 300 flanking right, tracking northwest.
You should get on and try and shoot him down. By all means, you're welcome to. Just as long as you don't stream snipe me.
.215, 17 kilometers, 300 flanking right.
Tally.
230, copy. Looks like he doesn't know.
Might not have the energy to get to him. It's probably moving pretty quick.
Missile thrust.
That should reach him, surely. Yeah, that's fine.
Good kill.
I had to kill my engine to do that. He was moving too quick.
Yeah. Alright, nearest hostile, Sabre at 030, 36 kilometers, 200, flanking left. He's over getting.
21. 101. Дайте курс на ближайшую цель.
And the current picture for you is a two-group F5 The first group is a 3-ship F5s 100 140 kilometers, tracking northwest hot. Second group 2-ship F5s and 1 vegan 115 200 kilometers.
Where's the Sabre at the moment?
Sabre 035 25 kilometers 500 B-min. I think he's about to go guns on those friendly MiG-21s over the engine. Sabre now 040 16 kilometers 200. Sabre now 035 and 9 kilometers 50 hot. He's exactly over, gonna overfly the co-linear with the runway. He's at the end of the runway.
Can't even fucking see him.
I think he just landed on the fucking runway. Middle of the runway.
Yeah, he did. Cheeky little fuck. I don't know how the fuck he got past our air defenses.
He's taken off again.
You can try it. Oof! Oh!
Nice.
Oh! Oh! That pullout was a little bit later than I planned it to be. Oh, I saw my life flash before my eyes. God damn.
Alright, the nearest threat is a 3-ship F5 trail formation 120 140 kilometers tracking south. Go.
I might land rearm.
Yeah, good idea.
Fucking hell.
Looks like those F5 are just hanging around their cargo ship
That was crazy.
southeast of the pole zone.
So there's a new lighting effect on the F5's canopy that looks a lot like this one. Give me a minor harder.
This approach might be interesting. I prefer to come in over the water, and I'm guessing that's actually the fucking active runway at the real airport. Because this is a little bit hosed, coming in over this hill. Barely see it.
Horsemen, be advised, traffic, 3-ship MiG-21s departing runway 0.
So now they decide they want to use the proper runway.
Yep. I assume they're gonna probably crash into that ghost Sabre.
Ah, yes. Actually, that's a good point too. I might come in from the water side so I can just skip over him. Better approach
Yeah.
anyway. Plus it means I get to burn fuel while I circle around. At least one of them made it. I had a bit of, like, my frames dropped, and also I was a bit late in pulling out, so all I saw was the screen freeze, me, like, looking straight at the ground with a saber wing flying past me, and then when it unfroze, I saw blue sky. I was like, thank fuck.
Yeah, I was looking on the stream there. Was oh god, please put up. You will have at least 3 ships visiting you here in like 7 minutes. F5.
It should be a quick turnaround. I'm mostly filled up anyway. Gonna be a bit of an overweight landing. It's the sketchiest approach. I love this airport. It's so fucked up. Like, it'd be fine if I flew like a normal person, but no. Gotta do fucking wingovers and shit onto short final. Can't land like a normal human being. I think that Sabre actually made it off the runway before he kablooied, so we should be good here. Maybe not. I've got a fucking heat signature on something down there. What? Did I burst a tire? I might have done. I came in pretty hot. Just hold the brakes. If the tires didn't pop before, they sure did there. May have set the wheels on fire, it's all good. Are you able to actually see the outside of my aircraft from GCI, or do you have to go to a spectator?
No, I can't see it from GCI.
Because there was a bad noise on landing. I think I popped a tire, but I'm not sure.
You want me to fly my F5 over there? I tell you.
You're welcome to try.
Well, I have to fight through half your team.
It might have been... I've heard there's a bug where the parachute acts like a solid object, so if the parachute hits the runway, it forces the aircraft down and does some weird shit. It could have been that. I don't know. Or I could have been dragging a piece of Sabre with me, I don't know. The aircraft seems okay, so fuck it, we'll keep flying. You guys know me. If the plane will still fly, I will still fly it.
Заправка по плану. Перезарядка по плану. Прием. 240 на 8000. Развод связей. 21. Обнаружена новая цель. 1, 2, 101. 21. Обнаружена цель. 1, 2, 4. Удаление 50 на 0.
She looks okay. Unfortunately, I can't, like, stand up in the pilot seat, like, stand up in the cockpit and look over the tail. That's as high as I can go, but I think it's all good. Unfortunately, the player ID bug's still in effect, so it doesn't record scores accurately. I'd have to go back in TAC view and check to see what exactly I've got, but I know I've killed quite a few F5s at this point.
Командир, борт выправлен.
I have to remember to check out your server, Lazy. Although, knowing how I am with time zones, it might be empty whenever I try and get on. Like, that's the main problem I have with this as well, and DCS. See, I haven't had that many issues, if I'm honest. I've had a few, but nothing super duper serious. How close are those F5s now?
21.
One of them is in a dogfight with 3 friendly MiG-21s roughly 25 miles northwest of the... And the other 3 ships are just passing over the bullseye now, tracking southeast. There's another 2 F5s also, roughly 90 miles away from the bullseye towards the south.
Okay, so I don't need to send it down the taxiway then. Yeah, that's a burst tire, I can hear it. And that is
I think they have a
definitely
GC tire as well.
We do, yeah. I'm not listening to them.
Actually, considering the aircraft's still dead level, I'd say that's 2 pop tires. So what happens with heavy landings? Like,
How much does a MiG-21 generate for smoke? Not
a
that much.
shitload. Smoke? Yeah, shitloads.
Yeah, I was tracking one, but then he went up against the ground. and thanks to the lighting effects, he couldn't keep.
Bear in mind as well, as soon as he goes into burner, he isn't smoky anymore, and the MiG-21s tend to spend a lot of time in burner. I don't know about worst patch we've had in ages. It was before, they've kind of fixed it now. The persistent issues for me are the glint of stuff making it just
Yeah, I was on the ass end of
stupid
one of you
at
guys, but went up against the ground. Light was a bit weird, sort of shadow, so I couldn't keep track.
Like, spotting at night is just ridiculous now. The Tomcat right engine startup bug is back. What else? The smoke trails, everything being like a MiG-29 smoke-wise, that is a problem. But mostly it's been okay for me. This should be an interesting takeoff. I don't think I've done a takeoff with no main wheel tyres before. Oh, easy! Don't know what I was worried about. It seems like that probably shouldn't be the case, but oh well.
Alright, Ross, nearest threat, F5, 2 ship, 115, 80 kilometers at 500 half.
Man, you guys can keep your BVR. This is what I'm all about. So much fun. So tense. There's always something, like, bizarre or stupid that happens with this as well. I don't know what that guy thought he was going to achieve landing like that. What was wrong with 256? Caused a really bad game-breaking memory leak with the carrier. It broke a whole bunch of modules to the point where they were basically unflyable. It caused a lot of crashing and performance issues for people. There's a lot of sort of gameplay issues. Like, for instance, it's blown out the lighting to the point where you can spot people at night from 100 miles away with your eyes because they just turn up as a single white pixel, whether they're in burner or not. Lights on, not, doesn't matter. Same thing with ground units, you can see them from any distance.
Wasmum, nearest threat, F5 Singleton 110, 50 kilometers at 400. Followed by another F5, same heading, 60 kilometers at 400.
Oh, what's up with my frame rate at the moment? The patch that dropped around the start of May last year was worse for me because it made DCS unplayable for 2 months. And I had to get an SSD to make it at all playable again. So that was my worst patch on record, I think. Not the most bungled release, but the one which was worse for me. It affected me the worst. But yeah, this has been the most bungled one I've experienced in terms of ED breaking just stupid amounts of shit. Is the range so close, guy?
Bossman 115, 40 kilometers 40 at 500 cold.
Cold, huh? What kind of speed he's doing? Have almost no conserved food because of Corona shopping here in Germany. Yeah, here it's toilet paper, mostly paper towel, things like that. Rice, pasta. Like, if you're gonna buy rice and pasta, you're not gonna be shitting for the next 6 months anyway, so you don't need the toilet paper. McFly, thanks for the follow. Let's see this guy, yeah. I wouldn't expect to from this distance, he's probably behind a hill. Got a friendly off to
What
my
I
one.
would give for that 4.
Rossman 4 ball, 1 friendly, 2 bandits at 120, 40 kilometers, 600, 2 F5s against 1 friendly MiG-21.
I have a smoke trail off my nose, relatively high.
Friendly MiG.
Another friendly up there somewhere.
Friendly 19. Ross still got a fur ball, 2 bandits, 1 friendly, 120, 30 kilometers.
On my way. I got another friendly just on the right side somewhere as well.
Yeah, that's the MiG-19. Alright, one of those F5s got splashed. F5 now, 115, 24 kilometers at 1000 hot.
Frame rate's suffering a bit, not sure why, it was fine before. I think it's just something to do with the trees.
Rossman
the way they render it.
120, 16 kilometers at 600 cold. Rossman F5 145, 10 kilometers at 500 hot.
That was a treat.
Rossman on your
Tally.
nose, 6 kilometers 400.
Lost him. I lost him behind a hill.
Rossman at your 5 o'clock, 2 kilometers 300. Be advised, friendly MiG-19 also in the mix. On your nose now, at 7 o'clock, passing your 7 o'clock. He's chasing
Tally.
the friendly MiG-19.
Need the MiG to drag him back to me.
Awesome, he's turning back hot. On your nose, 3 kilometers. Bossman, he's at your 6 o'clock.
Both of those went for the
1
flares.
kilometer, 500. There's a second F5 further, feet wet. Ignore him now.
Shit, I lost sight of him. There he is.
Bossman, all
Please
you know
make
is
that
1
turn.
kilometer.
Please make that turn. Yes!
Rossman, second F5 at 195, 3 kilometers, 400. Nice stuff. Rossman, not done yet. Vegan, 130, 20 kilometers, 400, hot.
I'm gonna have to RTB, I'm out of heaters.
Yeah, good job though.
The frame rate drop is in game. I'm not sure what's causing it, if I'm honest. Sorry about that, guys. I am running this on a relatively old PC. It's usually okay, but sometimes it does get a bit slow. DCS do be like that sometimes. Might just be because I've had it running for so long. These draggy double racks. Shit, he's hauling ass.
Yep.
That's the vegan, isn't
We
it?
got the, yeah, the vegan on your 6. He's doing 900 kilometers hot. Looks like he knows you're there.
Just dragging back towards the airport. I'm tempted to just go for him with guns, but knowing my luck, somebody else will turn up and bail him out, so best not risk it.
Yep. There's another F5 behind him, like 20 kilometers hot.
Let's get further on. Four kilometers. This guy wants me bad. He wants me real bad. We're gonna chuck the burner on.
I think my radar overheated.
In the F5?
Or got overheated or something.
Huh. Didn't know it could overheat. The Vegan does have the
Yeah,
speed
my
to
favorite
run me
overheated
down.
is I've walked onto this 121 for quite a while, like in excess of 3 minutes, 4 minutes.
But if I keep my speed up, I should be able to get home before he catches up. He's much faster at low level. At higher altitude, we're about
Yep,
even.
because we can do this the old school.
Osman, Vegan, still looking at you. 6 o'clock, 27 kilometers, 900 kilometers.
I'm leaving him behind, but
Yep.
Still got some fuel to burn, technically. I'll come in a bit lighter since I'm missing both main wheel tyres. We'll do a repair on the ground too, I think. I think after this one I'll do a quick repair on those tyres too. Assuming I survive the landing. I should do it, shouldn't be too bad.
Better be safe.
Too much ground friction on grass, so you can't even taxi on it, and yet landing on a paved runway with just steel rims is not an issue, apparently.
Yeah, it's just stupid. You maybe need to soak wheels or something to be able to take off, or taxi from grass. I don't know. It's just stupid. I don't know how they didn't fix it.
Airport's over there. To be fair, I usually do things visually in the F5 because I don't know how to interpret that thing's radar. Not properly, anyway. Somebody just flying.
Be back in a second. That's where you
Let's give him a show at the airbase, or at the airport. This is a city airport. Novorossiysk is the airbase. Straight to Gulag for doing that. I don't know, the fucking VVS had some pretty ballsy pilots. Apparently it wasn't that rare for them to do things like that. Not quite like that, but you know, silly things that would get an American pilot a desk job for the rest of his career. Mind you, it doesn't take much to get an American pilot a desk job for the rest of his career these days. Oh, hello. I think he's on final too. Just land ahead of him, or we might even land alongside him, I don't know. Yeah, he looks like he's gonna do the slow boat approach, so we're just gonna fucking send it in there. Landing at 400 k's an hour with burst tires. This seems like a good idea, right guys?
Alright, back. There's a guy on your right.
Yeah, I saw.
I think he's also landing.
I may have cut him off on short final.
He doesn't. He's not gonna
He
make
doesn't
it.
know what a braking chute is, apparently. Oh, I bet he fucking didn't move the gear lever back to neutral. Bet you anything.
There you go. Sticky grass saved him.
I don't know about save. There is a very significant amount of smoke coming from over the edge of the hill there.
That looks hilarious on screen.
Hey, where's their fire trucks going past me? What are those flashing lights at the end of the runway?
Well, Ross, you would probably have an F5 overhead. He's like at 080 from you, 5 miles inbound.
Of course. Actually, I'll do the repair first.
Looks like he's sitting up.
Oh, I see him, I see him, I see him. Loadout's good. Detach mode! Thanks for the follow, dude. I like that name. Fucked off over there somewhere, I think.
Just a second, I'm gonna scare him off.
Still quite a few people on.
There you go. That should scare him off on chat.
I think he flew off of his own accord anyway, I can't see him anymore.
Yeah, he's tracking southeast. Don't think he's been wrecking it.
I kinda wish I could see my landing from the perspective of the guy that I cut in front of, because with burst tires, I can only imagine there were like hellish sparks flying out behind me. It must have looked fucking sick.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why he forgot his chute.
Yeah, that should have been. Should look not very safe from the outside in the real world.
To be fair, my approach didn't look very safe either.
Nothing looks safe from here as well.
Yeah, so to just summarize my situation, my radar is bust, AWACS is completely useless, and I'm not the best at spotting stuff visually, so...
I usually struggle to spot people visually, but yesterday I picked up so many people from like way out just by eye. It was crazy. No, not yet. I'll probably do that after the stream. I'm flying the 21 at the moment anyway, so I only need the one throttle, but yeah, I'll check that out afterwards.
Не пристало добром поминать тебя вроде, но о чем-то грустит боевой командир. Мы уходим, 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 прощайте горы лампы дней. В чем наша боль и наша слава, чем ты, земля Афганистана.
I just realized I am doing the full World War II search pattern with the Powerfly BF5. Keeps making left or right, and every once in a while do a nice hard twist to look.
This guy's taxiing very sheepishly after what we just witnessed, I think. I'm not entirely sure. I haven't used SRS on here in quite a while because of my issues with it. But I think Red Team usually just use the AI AWACS channel, so channel 0 in the MiG-21, which should be 14900, I believe.
Ross, pop-up threat, F5 singleton,
May have forgotten my air
110,
brakes.
40 kilometers, 40 kilometers, 800 feet, 800 meters, tracking south neck and right.
Bit of a hairy takeoff. Sorry, say again?
F5, 110, 40 kilometers, 40 kilometers at 800.
Gonna be dark soon. Nighttime is the right time. Three F5s and two
F5,
Vs.
085, 30 kilometers at 600. Cold. I don't know why the scope keeps cutting off at the end.
Ooh, frame rate. Oof.
Horseman F5, 100, 28 kilometers at 100 cold.
Try and catch this guy up and burn off some of our belly tank. Should be able to drop that pretty soon.
Rossman F5, Town Falk, 115, 25 kilometers, 300. Crossman F5 125 17 kilometers at 300. Down Fork.
Swiggity swirty, Ton.
Crossman F5 on your nose 10 kilometers 300 flanking left. Crossman 160 6 kilometers 200 flanking right, turning halfway. At your 1 o'clock 5 kilometers 200 hot. On your nose now 3 kilometers 300 hot. Merged. He's at 6 o'clock on a left turn 1 kilometer 700.
Fuck,
10 o'clock now 1000.
I lost him behind the fucking periscope. There he is.
He's on your nose now. You're on his 6 at 1500. Passing your 9 o'clock now very close.
Oh, Jesus, fuck. Lost tally. Fuck. I lost sight of him. Can't see him anymore.
Crossman at your 6 o'clock 1 kilometer 600. Go.
Tally. Come on, little Mick. Oh, the missiles weren't fucking giving me turn. Don't know why. There he is. Wait, no, that's not him. That's a power pole. I thought I saw a smoke trail. I've lost him again.
At 3 o'clock 2 kilometers 200 hot. On your nose now less than 1 kilometer 400 hot. 6 o'clock now 1 kilometer 700. Nice. 10 o'clock now 1 kilometer 600.
Oh, he hit me with something. That stall just about got me killed. It's a little clumsy on the stick. Fuel situation could be better. Right behind me.
Crossman 6 o'clock 1 kilometers 300. Crossman keep come right, hard right turn. Crossman he's cold, he lost you. Bearing 110 3 kilometers 200. Keep going right. At 12 o'clock now. 12 o'clock, 4 kilometers, 300.
No joy.
10 o'clock, 10 o'clock, turn left. On your nose now, keep heading on your nose, 3 kilometers, on a right turn slightly, 500. 2 o'clock now, doing a right turn, correction, a left turn. Passing your 4 o'clock at 400 meters.
Tally briefly, I've lost him again.
At 3 o'clock now, 3 kilometers, 400 meters.
Tally.
2 o'clock.
Oh, he's fucking... he knows. Put himself behind that ridge so I couldn't get a heater off. That was clever. Disengage and come back, he's way too close. And I'm gonna be out of fuel.
He's at 7 o'clock now, 2 kilometers cold.
This is a one-way fight, or one-way trip.
There's another friendly
Talk back
MiG-21 in the mix as well. At your 120, 5 kilometers, 100 cold. He's running away. One 130, 6 kilometers, 200 meters, running away cold. At your 12 o'clock, 5 kilometers, 400 meters. 11 o'clock now.
Sorry about the frame rate stuttering, guys. It's happening on my end
Passing
too.
your 12 o'clock now on the right turn.
Fucking hell!
Oh, GG, Ron. GG. I did not see you until I went to the left-hand turn, and then all of a sudden your canopy just filled
Jesus
up.
Christ.
Good fight.
Yeah,
really fucking
Jesus.
good fight. Yeah, I entered that fight, bingo fuel, and towards the end there, I was like, yeah, I should probably get...
Oh, man. You ducked behind that ridgeline, like just south of Tuapsa, just in time to avoid an R60. Like, I was just about to get turned on
I've
you,
been doing
and it...
Dude. Yeah, no, dude, what you saw there was what I've been doing up against F-18s and F-16s, where I know that they have me on data link, so I just dart behind the hill. I know it takes a second for it to update, so then I just reverse and go right back around.
That works really well. Really, really well.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't think it would work quite as well in the MiG-21 because you gotta maintain a bit of energy in order to come back around, but in the F-5 it's... Yeah, but I gotta say though, the A.P-5 is just a piece of trash for the missile level. Really good fight, man. Holy shit. I go down to watch that one later, watch your perspective.
I was wondering, do you know the difference between love and obsession?
Oh, what am I doing? There's no
What's the
RSPN.
difference between obsession and desire? I don't know.
I'm gonna take like a 5-minute break, actually calm down.
Forever? You mean like forever, ever?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep going until this map ends, I think, and I'm gonna call it for the stream.
Forever, ever?
I need some food.
Yeah, sounds good. We'll grab some more.
I hope so. Me too.
Still, I think like an hour or so left on the map. Like, it'll be full on nightfall before it switches missions. I'll highlight it. I'll go back and highlight it later. Just gotta remember to do it. If you wanna like timestamp where it is in the stream and just DM me with it later or something, I'll do it after. Got a couple highlights coming out of this stream, I think.
sorry about the ram at the end there. I didn't know you were coming in from the left side.
Yeah, I came in a bit too fast, and I tried to. Not only had my boards up, but I was trying to pull to slow down to ditch all my speed, and I pulled right into you. Like, I just saw you disappear, and then suddenly, like, you're behind my periscope, and suddenly, bam, right in my face.
Yeah, I was going into a general right-hand turn, but I thought that you were possibly running a little invisible, so I tried to get around behind you to
I was
bust your
actually
gun
throwing
aim.
missiles. It was fuel that was the problem.
Yeah, no, same here. I was literally like, I think I must have been like 300 to 200 pounds that time. I actually think I got a hit on you. I saw a little,
You did, yeah.
saw the sparkle.
I don't know what you hit. The aircraft didn't seem to mind it, but you did put a round through, I think, my tail or one of my wings on one of the head-ons.
Yeah, I think I might have clipped like the front leading edge of your tail with the 20. Either that or right at the back of your spine on the airbin.
Usually, though, that would do something to the avionics, the controls. At one point, I had a really good chance at an R60 shot, but I just didn't get toned, like in one of the early head-ons.
Yeah, I kept getting that with the M95 as well. Or I would get toned, I would actually launch off the missile, but then it just wouldn't track, it just goes straight ahead.
I wish they'd fix the tracers for this. It'd make gunfighting a lot easier. You can see the smoke, but you can't see the actual tracer element.
Yeah, I didn't have my radar out. I didn't have my radar working, so that was all just manual shit. I'm pretty sure I would have gotten you if I did actually have the radar guidance sight, but I didn't.
Wasmer, Gear Inspector, 2 groups, East Group, single F5, 090, 120.
You cut out there? I heard 120. Don't tell me Discord's playing up again. Well, at least my mic on OBS is still working. I think Discord crapped itself.
Yeah, have a second.
Sharko, it's showing you as transmitting, but I can't hear anything. He might have lost his connection, maybe. Flying an inch over the tree line and having a lag spike get you dead? Yeah, sadly. Happens to me a lot. Especially in this thing, because I like to fly this low. I have to admit at one point I was trying to scrape you off against the oil refinery there. That's getting pretty desperate.
Yeah, I was still low on fuel that entire fight. I was like, okay, I could possibly try to get a shot in here right now, but I don't have the fuel to go to afterburner. So I'll literally just tap the afterburner for like half a second to gain back a bit of airspeed. Then just immediately come back. You did great at that rolling scissors, by the way. I've actually never seen a MiG-21 keep up with me.
You kind of have to do a lot of rolling scissors in the 21 because it's the only way to keep sight on people. Otherwise, the periscope gets in the way.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know about this. Most of the time when I get into a rolling scissors like that with a MiG-21, it lasts for 3, maybe 4 at the most.
Yeah.
Then they break away and they get an A9 up their ass, but you actually stuck with it, but I could not do that to get the A9.
For 29. Wax doesn't see him anymore.
Hey, well,
I'm back. Prediction timed out.
No, I thought that might have happened. I just had something vanish right in front of my nose, so that's reassuring. There we go, 142 for 20. Holy Jesus fuck! We have a space cadet!
I think I just saw Vickett take off with only air to wear, so yeah, that's gonna be nasty.
Yeah, there was a high guy at 7,000 meters there, Ross, earlier before I F5.
Well, we'll see if anything climbs up behind me. Something under me, quite close. Come on, radar. Come on, radar. Pick him up.
Alright. Wasserman F5 at 160, 9 kilometers, 8,700 meters gold.
For some reason, my radar doesn't want to see him. Also, I got a belly stabber somewhere under me, I think, but I'm not too worried about it. Please have energy. Killed the space cadet. Now I see him on radar.
Nice.
At least I think I killed him. He's
F5,
still flying.
they're in.
Gotta finish the job.
Interesting.
Job finished.
Right, second F5 at 110, 30 kilometers, 1,100.
Buzz Lightyear. Yeah. Hey, Trip. Buzz Lightyear indeed.
Bossman, F5, 115 on your nose, 17 kilometers at 2,500.
Tally.
Like this is fine.
That's way too close. You want a gunfight, buddy? Oh shit, helps if I cock the gun, huh? Jesus, that could have got me killed. Could yet get me killed, even. Yeah, let's stall.
Bossman, be advised, incoming vegan at your 5 o'clock, 6 kilometers hot on.
Fuck. Fuck.
Bossman, vegan at your 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock now, 2 kilometers,
Tally.
700.
I'm gonna go for the F5, maybe?
Copy, the vegan is
Disregard, he
on the,
ejected.
Copy, the vegan at your 9 o'clock, 2
Tally.
kilometers, 1,000.
Down the guns. It's reversing. I'm not really surprised. Hit. Still going. I think I just tipped his wing. Didn't see a result there. Whoops, stall. Careless. Gotta watch those careless stalls, they cost you precious time. How did that miss? I think I'm nearly out of gun. That was a solid hit. Gun empty. Shit. I'm out of gun. I'm running.
Roger.
No.
Vegan now at 6 o'clock, 4 kilometers.
Please don't have missiles.
hot. Alright, you're faster than him.
It's a launch. I think I've got enough energy to get away though.
Awesome, and also be advised, enemy F5 at 295, 10 kilometers, tracking west, go. He's at your 10 o'clock, but he doesn't see you. Begin now at 6 o'clock, 7 kilometers, doing 1,300 kilometers.
So I'm carrying the R60Ms. If I get into a protracted turn fight with an F5, it goes very poorly for me, so I'd rather avoid them as much as possible.
Osman, begin close enough. 6 o'clock, 4 kilometers, doing 1,500 kilometers per hour. Enemy F5 at your 9 o'clock, flying parallel toward your head. Doesn't see. Rossman, begin still 6 o'clock, 1 mile now, 1,500 kilometers per hour. Closing.
This guy's persistent.
He's on your tail now. He's gonna overshoot if you keep slowing down. Alright. We lost visual.
Feels
We
critical.
lost visual.
I'm flying into the sun.
6 o'clock. Copy. Right, Vigan lost visual. The F5 is also at your 1 o'clock call. He doesn't see you as well. Gedenjik is roughly 95
see the
kilometers away
F5.
at 295.
Oh my god. There goes the F5. Please don't see me.
F5 passing your 3 o'clock, turning toward you. Vigan sees you now at your 4 o'clock hot. Okay, both bandits lost visual on you. They're tracking southeast cold at 11 kilometers.
I don't think I got the fuel to make it home. I'm down to 250 litres.
Gedenjik is 80 kilometers away.
The Vigan would actually be decent at dogfighting if we had the JA-37 with the better engine, so less compressor stalls, and if it had a better gun placement rather than the ACAN pod. The ACAN's really designed for air ground. It's not good for air-to-air. Oh, I can almost see Gelenjik from here. Fuck, this is... I'm gonna start throwing things overboard soon, just to save weight. The MiG-21 does well if it keeps its speed up, but the MiG-21 has surprisingly good low-speed handling. This thing has full control authority below 100 knots. Like, the Americans were fucking astonished when they got their hands on one. In fact, if you check out the Fighter Pilot podcast, the recent episode on Constant Peg, the guy that they interviewed for that flew the MiG-21 a lot in those exercises, and he has the same dogfighting style as me, where he tends to get slow. And it's really interesting listening, because, like, the MiG-21's capabilities let it do some profoundly idiotic things. I'm being locked by something?
Rosmem F5, 6 o'clock, 9 kilometers, hot, 1,200 kilometers per hour. 70 C. Friendly MiG-21 at 300, 35 kilometers.
Just let me go home in peace. How far's Gelenjik?
Gedenjik is now approximately 60 kilometers.
Yeah,
I'm not
you're
gonna
good.
make
You're
it.
good.
I have to find a nice hillside somewhere.
You're dead, by the way, Ross. Congrats. I'll let you go away.
Oh, man, it's fucking crazy.
Yeah, I was really tempted to fly over you and give you the bird, but I decided no. Be
I think
nice,
I've had
keep it nice.
more action in the MiG-21 this stream than I've had in like the past 6 months. It's fucking crazy. 200 liters. My wrist is killing me.
Yeah, I was pretty much trying to ignore that fight as much as possible until I saw tracers or something like that to cue me in because my radar was just being shit. But yeah, when the Vigan flew past me, acting very desperate, flaring, I was like, I should probably turn around and chase that bro.
Get very interesting when the sun finally drops below the horizon.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not gonna make the magic. It's
Looks very red.
way up the coast. On the other hand, the last 200 liters of fuel seems to last a surprising amount of time, so...
Killing Jake is...
Dude, I
14
can literally
kilometers.
fucking see it from here. Oh god, this is painful. I don't think I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna get right, like, just across the bay from it and the engine's gonna flame. Whoa.
Yeah, I'm gonna fly over and put my tail into your canopy. Tell you over to the...
Didn't an F4 pilot actually fucking do that in Vietnam? Like, push a guy?
They did, yeah. And in Korea, I believe it was like... Korea, I know that one, an F-86 pushed another one because of the big old air intake.
Unfortunately...
Vietnam, I would think it was an F-105 or a 4 that had the...
Unfortunately, I don't think DCS models that if you touch me, I will explode.
Yeah.
They physically put their nose cone in the tailpipe of the other aircraft and pushed it. Like, no joke. This is a thing that happened. Oh my god, please. Cross your fingers, cross your toes. I have 150 liters of fuel.
I have a feeling you will make it.
God, this is so sketchy. The warning lamp for the fucking 80-liter feeder tank is starting to flash. Oh god.
It's fine. Just pretend you have 1,000 pounds. You're good.
This thing has, what is it? It's like 500 and something pounds of unusable fuel. I found that out through TacView. But it doesn't show on the gauge, which is good news. So I should have exactly what it says I have. Tell them to get the fuck off the runway. I don't have a go around on this. I might not even make it on final.
Yeah, Broadway is all yours.
Just lost the engine.
Oh dear.
Come on, little MiG. Come on, little MiG. Oh, it's not gonna make it. In real life, I would have made it through that fence and triumphantly bounced over the threshold of the runway.
Ross, in real life, I would have put a missile into you.
Shh!
But you're officially across the fence of the airbase, so you're...
Oh man. I should have just waited like half a second longer to drop the gear and I would have been fine. I shouldn't have put the flaps out, I should have waited. Oh man.
That's where I get to feel myself, actually. Just looked at my gauge.
Перезарядка по плану. Прием.
You know, it's going to be funny when any people who are currently flying the Hornet or Viper come over to MiG-23 and F-8 when they come out. They're not going to be used to dealing with ground
Not gonna be used to dealing with what, sorry?
clutter.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I've got to the point where I can usually sort of distinguish whether or not it's an aircraft or not, just by, you know, the speed it's moving. But
The 23,
people who aren't-
the 23 shouldn't have a big issue with it, because the 23 does technically have pulse Doppler. It's just not very good pulse Doppler.
Yeah, but even then, you're still going to have a pop up every once in a while, and it's going to be really annoying on my life.
But even though with false radar only aircraft like the F5, it's just always with GCI. Without GCI, it's just gonna be suicide. It's even with the modern 4th gen and 5th gen fighters. For interception purposes, for example, always GCI is directing the aircraft, not the radar.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not always the case in DCS, unfortunately.
Music bot's having a bit of a tantrum at the moment, don't know why.
Yeah, these clouds look like pink lemonade. Kind of want to open up my can. Love the new lighting.
It is quite
Looks
nice.
really, really good.
All the weaklings disconnecting because I know it's going to be dark soon.
I'm debating doing it.
Don't forget, you can pick people up visually from across the map at night now because of the moonlight glint thing. So it's not that bad. It is gonna force you
Yeah,
guys
I'll see what they got.
higher.
Yeah, I'll see what they have for mood setting.
From memory, this mission is not very brightly lit, even on the new lighting. Enough to fly, but you guys are going to have to fly a little higher to avoid the trees. As am I, but I can see better. Really do like this radar. For all its shortcomings, it's honestly better for me than the F5s. I much prefer it.
Oh boy, night landing in the F5.
Bro, if I can land this thing at Galenjik in darkness, I'm sure you can manage with the F5 at Sochi.
Yeah, it's not gonna be too bad, but
They just need to turn on the fucking runway lights.
They do, I think.
Bloody DCS.
yeah, but this is DCS. When was the last time they ever actually turned on the runway light for anyone?
Yeah, exactly, that's what I mean. Yesterday I was on Duplag with the F-16 and it was pitch black, no lights. I just don't get it. Okay, Ross, nearest threat. 2 groups. The East group, that's an F-5 going to the moon at 095, 120 kilometers, 8,000 meters. Second group, 115, 100 kilometers, F5 and Vegan at 700 hot.
Kinda tempted to go for Space Cadet and then fall on the other two.
Yeah.
Just get myself comfortable again. Nighttime is the right time, my dudes. This is gorgeous. Well, we've got a beautiful starry sky. You know, it's like about a half moon or so.
Yeah, that's nice.
I know if they model in the proper star positions like that.
I kind of feel like they would, but also it's ED, so maybe not.
I mean, if I remember, it's not the hardest thing to do, but again, it's ED, so.
Rossman, nearest threat, F5 Singleton at 120, 55 kilometers at 800 hot. The moon guy is tracking southwest, he's not the nearest.
Guess I'll have to leave Space Cadet for next time then.
Yeah, you got an F5 between you and him. Rossman, F5 120, 28 kilometers, 400.
I see the con from Space Cadet.
Yep. Rossman, F5 on your nose, 13 kilometers, 300 hot. Rossman on your nose, 5 kilometers, 300 hot. Passing your 9 o'clock, he's on a left turn, he sees you, Rossman, at your 6 o'clock, less than 1 kilometers.
Please don't lose sight of him. Please don't lose sight of him. I've lost sight of him. I lost him against the ground. Keep talking me on.
Rossman at your 11 o'clock, 3 kilometers, 1000. Rossman at your 7 o'clock, at 2 kilometers, 900.
Jesus, I can't see this guy at all.
Keep coming left. Keep coming left.
There he is.
On
Tally.
your nose now. On your nose now.
He dead.
Rossman Vegan at 12040 kilometers at 700 hop.
Good luck seeing anything against the ground now. Seems the moonlight effect only happens when it's really dark and there's a full moon. Well, not really dark, but you know what I mean. When there's a full moon, basically. Any update?
Rossman Vegan 08029 kilometers 400 beaming left. If you keep flying that heading, you're gonna sneak in right on his 6. He doesn't appear to be aware of anything. Rossman heading 060 20 kilometers at 300, tracking northwest.
What's the speed?
He's doing 1000 kilometers per hour. Rossman 025 14 kilometers 400 at 1000 kilometers per hour. Cold. This golf keeps cutting there, annoying. Rossman at 330 14 kilometers 300 meters 1000 kilometers per hour, cold.
I have to micromanage means I get close, I can't see it all.
Rossman 300 12 kilometers 300 meters, flanking left. He's not aware of anything. Rossman at 260 10 kilometers 200 meters on a left turn.
I have tone, but I can't see him.
Rossman 220, keep coming left, 220 10 kilometers at 500 meters on a left.
Had him on
Keep
radar
coming
for a
left.
moment there.
He's doing a left orbit for some reason. Keep coming left. 140 heading, 9 kilometers, 500 meters on the left orbit. Keep coming left now. Keep coming left. He's on your nose now. 11 o'clock now, 4 kilometers at 300 meters, tracking north.
No joy.
He's at on your nose, 2 kilometers, 300 meters.
See where the missile goes.
Missed at your 11 o'clock, 1 kilometers, 400 meters, cold. At your 11 o'clock, 1 kilometer, 200 meter, cold.
Fuck.
1 o'clock now, 1 o'clock, come right. Keep coming right at your 3 o'clock, track north, come right, 2 kilometers, 300 meters. At 10 o'clock now, come left, track north, heading north, 2 kilometers,
Tally.
500 meters old. Looks like a hit.
The Vigen's damage model is severely broken and can fly without wings, so I'm kind of tempted to put another into
Rossman, he's at your 6 o'clock now, he doesn't see you. 3 o'clock, less than 1 kilometer.
I think he just went in.
Contact faded.
Yeah.
He's dead. Rossman, second pop-up Vigen at your 6 o'clock, 4 kilometers, 400
I gotta
meters.
get out of here.
Very fast.
I gotta get out of here.
Rossman, exactly on your tail.
Hit me.
Oh shit.
There he goes. Ah.
He definitely knew you were there. I don't know if they have GCI or not. Let me check.
They probably do. I was
We should.
I was out of
Yeah,
leaders
they
anyway.
have. He was coming straight toward you.
Well, I got one. I love night flying. Like, it's frustratingly hard to find a target, but god damn is it satisfying when you kill somebody. And it looks good.
Перезарядка по плану. Прием.
Oh, you're kidding me. Are we out of 895?
Is there a limit on them? I wasn't aware that was
I still got 2 in the way. Well, shit, are we out of fuel?
If there is a limit on AIM 9P5s, that's pretty dirty, because the 9Ps can't see the MiG-21 in Afterburner. Because the burner's glitched.
Yeah, no, it's like 100 missiles for all of them, but I think we might be out of fuel, because we got 58 MP5 fuel stocks along with the 2 in that wing.
That's weird.
But saying but we're saying that we're out, and I'm just trying to refuel that.
I don't think we have limited supplies, or if we do, we haven't run out yet, that's for sure.
Yeah, no fuel in stock. No fuel in stock. Great.
Alright, I'm gonna head out, Ross.
Alright.
That was some great show.
Thank you very
Good job.
much.
Yeah, good pleasure.
Probably got time for just one more sortie, I think. Oh, oops, that's one.
Somebody took 2 of the cap at 9s.
Amazing.
Yeah. A little bit concerning that.
Can't fly without an engine though? Yeah. See, I've had some bad experiences fighting Vigens in this recently, so I just put missiles into them until they literally fall apart and crash into the ground in front of me. God, I can't wait for the Mosquito to come out. I'm just gonna have this playing on a loop while I canyon run up
We'll call it here for a little bit. We'll watch the stream.
Alright, man. What was I gonna do? Landing lights. I don't really need them, I can see, but whatever, we'll put them on. Jesus Christ, it's like the fucking power of the sun. Look how bright they are! Fucking hell. They were already ridiculously bright before the patch, but this has just made them like... Oh, I need to wear sunglasses to use them. These guys on blue team like, turn your nav lights on. Fucking, if you want to turn your nav lights on in the combat zone, go right for it, buddy. You would think it does after seeing those lights, like, holy shit, man. So bright. What I might do is head out over the water, just so I don't have to worry about avoiding terrain. And I'm hoping the F5s will be forced to fly a little higher than usual because of the darkness. So I'll pick them up on radar. Fingers crossed. That's the plan. Probably isn't going to work, but we'll try it. Enemy B-52, 60 kilometers north of Sochi. Oh shit, boy. We'll go for that fucking target. No fucking clue where it is, though. I'm gonna have to do it. I hate myself for it. Oh, never mind, that's it. 103 for 180. Wonder if they're gonna escort it. Probably not. See this light? That's the work light in the undercarriage well. It's glitched out. It illuminates through the aircraft. It's a serious problem in the 21 because people can see you at night. And they shouldn't be able to. Zero 03 for 150. We're going for this guy. One of the F5s might try and come up after me, but I want to go for this B-52. I want to do a proper intercept. Belly tank gone. I mean, you'd be surprised how competent some of the people on this server are at engaging at night. Drop back to mid burner, just so I'm not burning quite as much fuel. For 100. That is Sochi down there, I believe. Actually, is that Tuapsa? No, that's Tuapsa, sorry. I think. Sochi's further down. Someone is climbing up. To his altitude, interesting. They might try for an escort. Yeah, I'm gonna highlight it, Tan. It might be a day or two before I get around to actually going through and clipping this stream, because there's been a lot, but it will be highlighted, don't you worry. 03 for 60. I'm fully expecting to get engaged by an F5 after I deal with the 52, if not at the same time, so I don't want to burn through all my fuel. Obviously, on an intercept of an unescorted bomber, I would. I just burn all the way up to him. But... interesting, he got a clean call. The stars are bright as fuck. There we go. 104. There he is! It's our B-52. Surprisingly not jamming. Usually they are. Just above the nose slightly, right there. That's the B-52, his wreck. Let's drag. Oh shit! Those were not the missiles I wanted to jettison. Oops! Well, now we can't engage the F5, so we're gonna just head for home. Big brain time. Completely forgot. The right-hand button is the inner pylons, not the left one. Oh, there we go. They're chasing me. Good thing I'm a MiG-21. And I go fast. I'll turn the radar off, I'm not going to need it. Oof, trip. Oh, ouch. But not wrong. Good luck catching me. This thing's a tank, dude. Absolute tank. I think that's the airport. Actually, that might be Novorossiysk. Yes, it is. So the airport is just off my nose. Down there. Cool. Like I said before, nighttime is the right time. Miss me with that daylight combat simulator shit. You know, I'm honestly tempted to just keep streaming, but I really need to eat. I need to eat and I should probably get some sleep at some point today, but fuck, I just want to do more night flying. I want to see if DCS has people on it. That was pretty fun last night. I saw somebody flying past me. It's kind of interesting. The stars have a really obvious color to them. I don't know if you guys can see it, but they're like pure blue above me, and then where the haze is on the horizon, even where it's dark, they've got kind of a greenish and orangey yellow color. Like as you go down, it's like that haze is always there. It's just you can't see it at night. The moon looks really small in DCS. Like, the moon is one of those things, in every game, it's either fucking massive or it's tiny. like you can't tell it apart from the stars. I don't know why that is. Like, I don't understand why it's so difficult to get the scale of the moon right. Though maybe it's one of those, like, field of view things. Who knows? There's the airport.
1:05. Работайте с посадкой.
Восьмерка, 105. Разрешите посадку.
Hey Ross,
Hello.
did you enjoy murdering me?
Mm-hmm.
So are you gonna keep flying after this ends?
Probably
or-
not. I'm probably gonna head off. I'm tempted to keep
Fair enough.
flying, but I need some food and a bit of a rest, so... Plus, I've already got 8.5, nearly 9 hours of footage to sort through and find clips and stuff, so... It's gonna keep me busy.
Well, at least you have something to do, I guess.
Very true.
Well, I'm happy I actually managed to find you. Even if it was by mistake.
Масленка. Проверьте выпуск шасси. Ветер у земли 1,9,5. Скорость 3 метров в секунду. Посадочный 0,1.
A little hard, but I'll take it.
Is there anyone left on the server?
Yeah, a couple people. Well, quite a few, actually.
Заруливайте на стоянку.
God, this is so cozy.
So, does the in-game bogey dope actually give you anything?
I mean, it tells you where the bandit is at the specific moment you ask, but it doesn't tell you where they're going, really.
Well, that would be, you know,
Useful? Yeah, I know.
Better than the absolute silence I've gotten when asking.
Oh, on this server usually there's 2 per team. You've got to make sure you call the right one, because one of them won't reply to you, the other one does. I don't know why. Oh, that's grass. Okay. I would know that if I left my lights on. It's fine. It's fine. Just gotta keep my speed up.
So are you still in the air, or are you
On the
done
ground,
for
taxiing.
today? Fair enough.
There we go. Saved it.
I guess I'm unlikely to find you by randomly flying in circles again then.
Yeah, I'm on the ground. I'm just gonna shut this thing down and find someone to raid. Hopefully, though, my sleep cycle will sort itself out so I'm awake at this time of day so we can do this more often.
This is actually my first real sortie into the multiplayer. I've been on servers before, but I've never actually found a fight before, so...
This is pretty much all I do in DCS anymore.
Yeah, well, thanks for taking my DCS virginity, I guess.
I nearly didn't find you. You were so hard to see in the dark.
Yeah, and I nearly didn't find you either, because I had no idea you were there until I got spiked. I was just flying, you know, in the general direction of the enemy and hoping for the best.
To be fair, that's usually what you end up doing on Cold War servers anyway. Anyway, man, good fight. I will probably catch you at some point soon in chat or on here.
Yeah. See you later, buddy.
See ya. Right, let's find someone to raid. Just go ahead and pause that. Ah, yes, and then that crashes. Excellent. Love it. Who's doing what? Might send you guys over to Titanfire, I think. Just as soon as I get this sorted. Gonna be so rusty in DCS, haven't flown in 2 to 3 weeks. You'll pick it back up. 1 or 2 days, and you'll be back into it, like you weren't gone in the first place. Whoop. There we go. Raid set to go. Thank you all very much for watching. It has certainly been an experience. There'll be a lot of highlights and clips out of this one, I think. That's pretty crazy. Always good to get in the MiG-21, especially on Cold War server, and do some night flying. Enjoy Titan. I will catch all you guys probably at some point within the next 1 to 2 days. See you later.